lane fast, call it high speed. I've been working hard, yeah, I've been working nightly. If you think you'll win, not likely. I be taking shots, yeah, cold-blooded, icy. Watching numbers grow is what I call sightseeing. In the front row, run it up when they hype me. The following grows, they know how to ignite me. Call me CEO, I've been running right, see. And I ain't playing games, I create my own lane, making pleasure out of pain, turning losses into gains. I'm the boss, I'm making change. I've been rocking this exchange, popping off and risking things. Gonna make a f***ing name. I just wanna be famous, but I don't want that cheap fame. No, I'm not that vain. I just wanna be greatness.
What's up, everybody? Hey, Mage, Regios, thanks for gifting 5 more memberships. Really appreciate it. Michael, a Atheist, Azho64, that's funny. Mage, looks like who we got? Mage, Grey Wolf, Spooky, Carol, Missing Mud, It's Speedy. Welcome, guys, to membership whateverness. Thanks, Regios, again. I'll do some I'm thinking of doing some more members live streams and stuff. Had a lot of fun just sitting and talking about whatever with you guys, and I think that's kind of the format I'm going to stick with those for the time being, unless like I have something special come up or whatever to, show to you guys. Hey, what's up, Missing Mud? You're a member now.
So that actually makes you an atheist now.
Yeah. You have to be an atheist to be a member. That's the deal, and you're a member, so you must be an atheist. Today we got It's Sage back with us.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, you decided the first train wreck wasn't enough to come back for another, right?
How are you guys doing?
Doing all right. How are you, man?
Doing good. I was out in that storm that we had out here.
I was too with a dog on purpose just to watch it. I'm an idiot.
You're up in Ohio, right, Sage? Is that
no,
correct?
in Kentucky.
Oh, you're in Kentucky. I'm sorry.
Yep.
I don't know how I screwed that up. Usually I keep track of my Kentucky folk. We got there's a new guy on the scene. Gonna be I'm gonna have him on here in a special video sometime. I think I scheduled, or no, I put it in the calendar. I haven't scheduled it yet, so you guys can't see it. But there's a guy named Kurt I met from Kentucky who wants to hang out with us and stuff, and I'm gonna have him come on and introduce himself to everybody and all that. Not today. I'm talking later down the road. But I sat and talked to the guy for like 4 hours yesterday, so that's why it's kind of on my mind. But he talked about feeling like he's alone and that there aren't like-minded people that he can talk to because he's surrounded by Christians. And I think we run into a lot of that in this area, don't we?
Yeah, I completely understand that
sentiment.
feeling.
Yeah.
Well, the isolation.
It's like
I was doing that 20 or 30 years ago before the internet and be an atheist with no resources and
yeah.
Trust me, that's my world. I think that's why it actually took me so long to finally say I'm an atheist without playing the game of trying to make it and fake it.
Look at this. Oh, it ain't going to do it now that we're on stream? Fuck you, StreamYard.
You still got your Mountain Dew.
Yeah. Hey, look, if I need to know if there's something
I just saw it.
Just take a drink.
Oh, no, there you go.
Look, there he is. He's watching me.
What's in his mouth?
Taking pictures.
Telescope for his mouth.
But I don't know how anybody kind of like when you turn atheist back then without the internet or any community, it's like, what do you do?
Right.
Go ahead. Sorry.
And the only way you can find out, if somebody's atheist is if you actually, walk up and talk to people individually and
right.
Or, I guess
especially back then, there's it was a bad misnomer. I mean, there still is. Don't get me wrong, but it's more common now. And the word atheist is out there. Back, like even when I was in high school. I mean, honestly, if I had the resources now, I would have probably been an atheist before I ever got out of high school, full blown. it took me from, pretty much like 8, 9 years old all the way up until 2002 is when I finally said the words that I don't believe in God.
Yeah.
I wasn't even sure still didn't know what an atheist was. So I never used the term. I just didn't believe in God. Then getting around on the communities, even before YouTube, it's like, that's what an atheist is. That's, then you get into the specialties, humanist, naturalist, on and on and on sort of thing. And these words weren't common back then.
Yeah.
In
this area, atheist meant like Satan worshiper.
Right.
Right. It was like equivalent.
Right. And that's why it is in Indiana too. I mean, we're, not half-assed backwards, kind of like Kentucky, but we might as well be.
Like
just in our mentality of religion and hate.
It has that, that connotation. And atheists aren't, we're known to be, not very well liked among the population. But excuse me, sorry, I got choked. I had to learn how to swallow my own spit again. The funny thing about that though is like being an atheist, I have so much more pride. I feel so much more prideful in myself for being someone who stands up for facts and science and things like that.
Yeah.
Like but damn, sorry, I didn't even smoke nothing. Cigarettes, I guess that's it. But I realized I was an atheist back in 2004, I guess, when I was locked up.
Oh, 2004. Yeah.
And that's when I really, I didn't really decide for sure. Like at that point, I was like, I was more agnostic. Like, I don't think there's a God, but there could be. Maybe I'm misunderstanding something here or whatever. And, but then after I went to college, it was about 2006-07 that I was like, okay, I'm pretty sure that this is all bullshit, and I definitely don't believe it.
Right,
and
yeah.
But I didn't discover the atheist community and like new atheism and all that stuff till like 10 years later.
Oh,
so for all that time, it was only the people closest to me that, and I would even like, I wouldn't even tell people I was an atheist. Now I don't give a shit. I tell anything. In fact, I bring it up now. Like,
yeah.
but I do a lot of, especially around here, how to put this, because I don't want to frame it as it's because of, there's bad people in every social group. But one of the weird things around here is every girl I've ever dated, and every
dated. That's your first problem.
Dated them girls.
I think that's against the law in at least 14 states.
Well, not in Kentucky.
Well, obviously,
you can date your cousin here. But
you can marry the girl too, or guy. You just can't be an atheist or be part of the alphabet community down there. Or a demo. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong.
Not your best moment there. But it's like I always heard these stories of sexual abuse and all those things, and it's
right,
like,
yeah.
Now when I look at it and see like how religious this area is and stuff, and it's a disproportionate number among evangelicals. So it's like, I'm not saying that it's religion that causes that. I'm just saying that it seems to be a cancer that's in religion. So I don't want to be misunderstood about that. Like,
but there is like a suppression of sexuality and things like that kind of, I guess, nurture that.
There he is. Sorry. Sorry.
No, I ain't gonna say that joke.
I'm not gonna be able to take drinks during the show
because I don't know how long.
Sorry, man, for real.
There's always gonna be creeps in the background, that.
Just proved it.
Somebody's watching me.
His first stalker.
But yeah,
That's how I
like
do Azho. I sit outside his window.
I said your first, not my first. Who do you think's in the other window? Sage. Duh. You probably carpool up there with them.
you had to pull over and
Yeah. Yeah, Sage had to keep pulling over because he kept seeing some guy in the back of your throat. You know, that'd scare me too. And I don't believe in ghosts.
but yeah, there seems to be like a suppression, you know.
Yeah.
Like when I was growing up, I kind of had like a disgust of sex
Yeah.
so much that, you know, that it kind of, you know, when people leave those kind of religious kind of backgrounds, it's just crazy. It's just you have to kind of reprogram yourself.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the sexual freedom that I had once, and I'm not being, you know, bar hopping or jumping bed to bed, but just in my mind, you know, you go from, you know, thinking that, I mean, not literally. I hope people don't think this because no wonder people don't have sex anymore. But, you know, like God's watching you, this, that, and the other. And then, you know, once I
Right.
realized there wasn't a God, it even got past the hell part of, you know, because even after I, you know, said that I was an atheist, I still had that fear a little bit in the back of my head, you know, not that I, you know, what if there's a God, but it was still that whole, what if there's a hell sort of thing.
There's like a residue action.
Yeah. Yeah. But then, I mean, after you get over that, then I could do, I finally realized, you know, I'm my own person. I can make my mistakes. You know, I am responsible for it. You know, it's not, you know,
Right.
because I'm broken or sick from two people that ate a fruit, you know, from a tree
Mm-hmm.
6,000 years ago. Sorry, MM, but it was 6,000.1.
What? Martin Lies has a new channel. FY Joe started in January. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, thank you. Yeah, we'll look at that. Yeah, no, I think there's like, I mean, if you don't, I mean, being raised and indoctrinated into Christianity, if you don't doubt, you know, those things a little bit, then you're not really being skeptical, you know.
Yeah, you have to be challenged on
Yeah.
whatever belief that you hold.
Yeah, you have to. Yeah, and that's the thing, and that's why there is this big disconnect with Christians, is because they act like they have this unchallengeable position,
Right.
and it's like if you can't challenge your own position, and then if it can't stand up to the least bit of scrutiny, then it's probably a bad position to hold. I mean,
Yeah. You described it perfectly. It's like you're in this state where
I don't usually do that, so thanks.
but it's like you're in this state of I'm correct, you know, and there's nothing that can challenge.
Yeah. Well, and I've been saying this a lot lately. Once you assert that you have the answer to everything,
Right.
you stifle any learning or growth in you know, learning about the world around you. And the world around you is so amazing, and it's sad to see people do that for real. I think. I mean, I think that if people really let go of their preconceived conclusions and realize that hey, maybe I was taught this thing in error. I mean, maybe people did it believing and they meant well, but maybe they're wrong, and actually take a look at the world around you and how it works and stuff. It's so much more amazing than saying God did it, you know?
Yeah. I totally agree. It's
it's
Joe, you haven't read the Bible. You don't have the Holy Spirit. That's why.
I'm
playing the theist today. I'm getting practice when me and Stephanie start going to church.
You know, something I've been wanting to look at, and I think something I want to have a discussion about pretty soon, is the Trinity and why it's bullshit. Like, because it's something that they made up to cover for the fact that Jesus was a God before God, you know, and they had to do it. It had to be that way because the first commandment is have no other gods before me, and then Jesus said you can only get to the Father through me, which is a direct contradiction to that. So they had to come up with the Trinity in order to retcon all the bullshit they said in Exodus.
I noticed that there's, whatever's in the Bible that's, it's already been written. So now they have to do gymnastics to make everything make sense.
Yeah, I'm working on getting a teacher to teach me Hebrew, and I'm gonna try and do some of it on my own. But
Do you, in all seriousness, do you have a synagogue around you?
no.
Oh, well, I'm just saying.
I'm sorry. I know that's not funny to most people, but
I don't. I'm sure you don't have a single. So maybe I'm going to start the Kentucky.
they'll
Jews
run your
show.
ass out of town.
No, but, well, I'm just saying,
boy.
do what I'm doing and go to a synagogue and study with a rabbi. They love even.
He asked if there was a synagogue here.
I'm glad I didn't ask if there's a Dunkin' Donuts.
No, there's not one of them either.
You guys are half-back ass words. Okay, so much for that plan. Either that or get online. There's free courses online that you can take.
Do you know what Jolly
why
Pirate is?
Why would you go anywhere else except to like a rabbi or even an actual scholar of the Hebrew to learn?
Yeah.
Are you trying to go for like the Mike Winger course or the Ken Hovind or the Ken Ham?
Be careful.
Oh, thank you, Lupin. Yeah, it went great, by the way. I'm almost a theist now.
Yeah.
I just get past
is that Lupin? He always has a different name. I don't know.
I've only seen him under I think maybe a Lupin one, but see now and no.
Oh,
that's the only one
maybe
I know.
I'm full of shit. That's always possible.
Do
you know what Jolly Pirate is?
Jolly Pirate?
Yeah, that's what we have for donuts.
Oh, I thought we were like, the Pirates of the Caribbean, but okay, I'm with you now.
No, they make donuts. They make them fresh every day.
Well, I'm sure I'll find it out when I go down.
They're building a Krispy Kreme in Ashland, though. So
I like Krispy Kreme to a point, but they're overrated pricing.
There should be a donut place on every corner.
Right next to.
I don't need that, dude. I'm 300 pounds.
Oh no.
I'm 300 pounds and got a bad heart. I hope they don't do that. But now I went over and talked to them guys over on Lupin's channel, didn't I, Lupin? I came up. We had a good discussion. I stomped the shit out of you guys. I'm just joking. It's not like that. But
it is. It's worse than that.
Yeah, I know. But but I
was
think
green earlier.
I think there's a good conversation to be had about doubting atheism and like that feeling of maybe I'm wrong and there could be a hell and all that. Like, I mean, to say that atheists don't think about that thing or whatever it would be a lie. I mean,
right. Yeah.
I think that's an interesting situation because I used to feel that way, and I did for years. And then eventually, I think it was when I was watching Christopher Hitchens, I was like, you know what? This is all bullshit, and we need to treat it like bullshit. Like that's how it needs to be addressed. It needs to be, the absurdity needs to be shown and pointed out and poked at because it's something that's harming everyone, and it's. I mean, religion has its good points, but I feel like it's a net negative. I mean, and not just what individuals do, just the fact, again, once you assert that you have the answer to everything, there's no reason to look at the truth of how the world works. And
yeah, you don't see the chinks in the armor that you're wearing.
For you guys in the chat, I will here in a little bit. I will post a link and open it up and let people come in and talk if you want to. You know what, man? I dropped a message about this yesterday or the day before or something, but I had a members live stream the other day. We went on for like 4.5 hours and just talked with everybody and hung out. And that's the most fun I've had in quite a while on this channel. Like, it's great talking to Matt Dillahunty and Arn Raw and hanging out with rubbing elbows with Professor Dave over on Wavelength and all that. All that shit is awesome. But I had the most fun just hanging out talking with you guys. And I wanna do some more of that. So I'll open this up eventually and let you guys come in if you want. Good to see you, Raging Atheist, the Raging Buddhist, and Missing Mods there. I seen somebody else new. Where'd it go?
Hey, Missing Mod.
Missing Mod. Yeah, Missing Mod's my
Michael
pal.
Bell came in. I don't know if you've seen him.
Oh, Michael Bell. That's who it was.
I didn't say Ood come in. Hey, Ood. That's my buddy, too.
There's been a member for 7 months. The longest member, the first member. That's the guy right there.
Yeah, that in the past that hasn't worked so great for me.
Yeah. We even made emojis for you, multiple ones.
It's okay. After I leave, you'll never do that again either.
Yeah. No, in fact, if you leave, I'll keep them just because of that.
Just to spite my ass.
Yeah. I'm that way. Remember, because when we had that disagreement and stuff, you're like, you're gonna have to take my wrench and do all this stuff. I said, I'm not fucking doing it. But anyway, what's up, Bree? Good to see you. Bree will be on here soon.
Well, see what the thing when you're talking about doing which gets me foaming at the mouth. That's one of my topics that I love. But how do you talk about the Trinity without talking Old Testament? Not you. And then when you're talking about how
the Trinity then.
Huh?
Well, let's talk about the Trinity today then.
Well, no, what I'd like to do would be a series. I keep talking about doing this, and maybe I'll start working on it. But comparing, the New Testament, Old Testament versus, even Judaism and Christianity, because they clash.
Sure.
Nowhere, and I don't care what theist wants to say it, but most scholars will agree with me. But nowhere, in the Old Testament is any prophecy of Jesus fulfilled. No prophecy that even mentions him, because the prophecies they're trying to get to work aren't even what the Jewish people are expecting. There's like six things, one being Jewish, one, bringing world peace, which that sure in the heck hasn't happened unless it was in my sleep last night and I missed it, But hell and salvation and all those things, do a comparison side by side, and then I'd like, that still, I did the same thing, but still deny that the verses that are in the Old Testament aren't Jesus.
I'm trying to remember how I used to explain the Trinity. I think it was like water. Water, vapor,
and water, steam, and ice.
Yeah, water,
or liquid, steam, and ice.
Well, H2O, water contains hydrogen and oxygen. Those are both parts of water that make it water, but they're not water themselves. Together,
there are three forms of it, just like the egg. So supposedly, you have.
Yeah, but I also like the three forms of matter. Right. That's a good way to explain it too, because it's still the same thing. It's just a different form.
Solid gas. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
it's.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's a good way to explain it, but
it doesn't make it true though.
and every apologist I've ever talked to, do you accept the laws of logic? Yes, I accept the laws of logic. Well, you're violating one of them right there. So it's like, and they say God has to obey the laws of logic, yet he can be three people.
Right.
That violates the law of identity. So I don't understand how. I don't know. I had a way to explain the Trinity too, and just accepted it as, oh yeah, the Father, the Son, the Holy Ghost. Yep. That's good. They're all the same thing. They're all God, right? I got you. I had no problem thinking about it that way until I really thought about it, and then I was like, wait a minute, like that doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make much sense.
And especially
all three are God, but all three aren't each other.
And Jesus wasn't part of the Trinity until after he died, because remember, he was asking the Father to save him.
As supposedly in his humanity, not in his divinity, supposedly.
Right, exactly.
The only way it makes sense is if you, I guess, adopt the idea of a supernatural component to it. That's the only way. That's the only way it could make sense.
Exactly, Sage.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of make up anything in the spiritual realm. So it's kind of like, and you can, that's the way I've made it made sense.
Yeah.
Hey, J Mike's back in this. channel.
What's up, J Mike?
You come to sign up for a show, Mike? Poor J Michael's never going to come back because every time he comes in there, I ask him that. Or if I'm on the line.
The only way they can explain is to income relative identity, but there are independent reasons to reject that, and it seems to make it theological. Yeah, right. Yeah, because once you, and just like most things within Christianity, once you actually start to scrutinize it and stuff, it's like it's not it either ends up being something that's less important or a weak God and all those things once you really get into assessing any of it.
Yeah.
But
to me, looking back,
great explanation, though, Jay.
Yeah, but for me, it's not even a trinity. It's just like the Greek triads, except with a twist. They all can do the same exact thing. They don't each have a so-called special function. Yeah. But yet only the Holy Spirit can do certain things, and there's like exceptions to every rule. So that's
I think it would have made more sense for him to just say, no, it was really God just pretending to be Jesus, and it's really just God pretending to. We're talking about the Trinity, Maya. Like it would have made more sense just to try and throw it out there like that, rather than this whole complex thing of no, it's this person, but they're not God and they are.
Well, then you've got the oneness, the crowd that turned God into, in my opinion, a psycho, or what is it when you have multiple personalities? Schizophrenia. Yeah. Where he's not the Father when he's the Son, but he's not the Holy Spirit when he's the Father. But then Jesus will pop out and the other two go hide. But yet talk to themselves. But yet then
Lewis does a good breakdown of the Trinity in one of his videos.
But that's the problem with having so many books that you're trying to.
Every time I say his name, he shows up.
We tried that with Mark earlier and it didn't work.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
You doofus.
Oh, I was just saying, this is what happens when you have like a bunch of books that you have to intertwine. You have to sew them together somehow.
Right.
Yeah. So, yeah. It's
even the Gospels have different views of Jesus to a degree.
And then you have other Gospels, but yet they didn't make the big book, But then we have other writings that didn't make it. But then we've got the ones that are like with the Apocrypha, but yet Protestants don't use it for some reason.
That was my argument, J. Mike, is that it violates identity. Like it doesn't make but the J-dubs, they got a real weird look at that, don't they? Because like Jesus was here during the creation for them.
No, Jesus. Okay, we were talking about JWs, and I'll try to get this brief in the philosophy, because this is what was weird. Is I talked to Eric from Scoundrels and Skeptics, and he didn't even realize this was, and he was on the show, and actually had the JW or the Watchtower CD up, and he was looking it up, and he's, oh my gosh, you are right, But basically, before Jesus was inside of Mary, he was Michael the Archangel. So either Michael is going to have to commit suicide, or God's going to have to kill him, because in their philosophy, once you die, only your memories and your experiences, just kind of like a computer. If you get an old computer crashes, you get the information off that, you put it into another computer. It's not the same computer; it just has the same information, and that's basically what their reincarnation is to begin with. But anyway, so Jesus comes to earth as a man. They don't believe that he's God in any sort of thing other than he's a lesser God, sort of thing.
They believe he physically ascended, don't they?
No, not in a physical body, because they don't believe in a physical body that gets resurrected. It's the same scenario.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
It's the annihilations, and those that make it will get new bodies, and then but after Jesus was down here, they do believe in the resurrection, but it's not a physical resurrection. God used what seemed to be a body to trick everybody. It's basically what it boils down to. Well, then in 1914, they first prophesied that Jesus would return. Well, that failed. Well,
Right.
then they changed it and did it where he did return in 1914, but invisibly.
Yeah.
And he's up there right now waiting for the 144,000 to be filled, and then the end times, blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
But,
Invisibly.
and then once Jesus ascended, he went back to being Michael.
Yeah.
He's still mentioned after the ascension and all this stuff.
Now,
So,
I used to like baby Jesus the best, but now I might like invisible Jesus the best.
no, I like baby Jesus and diaper better.
Yeah.
Ricky Bobby.
Just from the Ricky Bobby.
Ricky Bobby. I
The,
like my Jesus in diapers.
with
But
his
people-
little baby leapfrog and
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
people want.
I'm
People,
on fire. I'm on fire. Zombie Jesus is
Zombie
top
Jesus is good too. I have to say, Zombie Jesus is a good favorite.
Yeah, and baby Jesus
I
with
like
diaper had a beard, and he was still white.
Yeah. What's up, Al? Good to see you, buddy.
but people wonder why some people go from Christian to atheist instead of going Christian to some other religion. It's because they all have the same problem. You can't
right.
confirm the supernatural in any detectable.
Right.
Yeah.
Right,
Well,
manner.
that was my big thing that I looked at, because I was like, that's the thing that really got me thinking, was whenever I looked at other religions and what they thought about the creation and what they believed as far as afterlives and all that. When I started looking at all that, I was like, well, because at first I thought, well, maybe this stuff is just written in a way like it's because Jesus talks in riddles anyway. Maybe it's written in a way that you can't understand it and it means something else. And I was willing to just hand wave it all away.
Right.
And then I started looking at other religions, and I was like, there's no way in hell that any two of these are like they all contradict each other. So who's wrong and who gets to say who's wrong? That was the thing that I was like, maybe they're all fucking wrong. And maybe they're all just making it up to explain the same thing they don't understand. And
you probably didn't even think you had permission to even have that option.
oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, shit, I was told from the time I was a kid, if you want to question stuff, you'll burn in hell. I mean, like,
Right. Yeah.
Doubting any of this. And, I remember even, because I've told about when I was like a little kid and said it, but I remember when I was a teenager, I was in youth group, and I asked the question, and I said, well, how do you really know that Jesus actually exists, or that any of that's true? And they freaked the fuck out. That's when the church showed up at my house and wanted to burn my clothes and my CDs and shit.
Oh,
because
no.
I said that in church. Yeah.
Yeah, you can question as long as you're within the bounds of the whatever boundaries that they put up for us.
Yeah.
You can't go outside.
Well, Southern Baptists, their boundaries are kind of.
Yeah.
and which sect of it matters also.
Yeah.
How strict they are, because I mean, there's some that I've heard that literally, if you clap your hands, in church, that's a sin.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or musical instruments, or just all extremes.
We used to sit in the back and make fart noises while the preacher was talking.
Well, you stream now and do the same thing. What's the difference?
Those aren't just fart noises, though.
What do you mean? That's not a sound box? Wow. Yes, this is going to be my last show, peeps. Joe is looking for a new co-host, another co-producer.
But yeah, I don't know, man. Like I've never heard, because I mean, I went to church 2 or 3 times a week, and they would talk about the Trinity and the Father, Son, Holy Ghost, and all this stuff. But I never heard them try to explain it. It was always left to kind of like, yeah, if you went to like Bible shit, if you went to Bible,
bring that up.
They would get into talking about that. But like, as far as they don't, I mean, they make it clear that they don't know what the fuck they're talking about either. Like Azho's BFF is Southern Baptist.
He'll be my Jesus mentor.
Yeah.
I'm going to be a flurfer soon.
Hey, I love hanging out with theists and talking about stuff without it actually being an argument.
Really, you can make fun of most of them and they don't realize it. Just look at
Yeah.
them.
But
They think pretty nice to them.
But you know what? I would like to. One day I'm going to visit a church and just, probably take some guys out and, just question, just kind of see where they're. Because I understand. I've been in their shoes and everything, and and I can kind of.
Well, I've asked a couple preachers if I can come in and like talk during church, and they're like, no. And they're like, I'll talk to you in private, in my office or whatever, if you want to have a conversation. I'm like, well, can I record it? No. Okay, well, no point in doing that then.
Well, I actually talked to 2 pastors in their office when I was leaving the church, and I sent them because I was part of like a community group. They have these. It's kind of like the coffee shop churches where it's Southern Baptist, and they have these small groups and everything, and they have one in every community. And so I was like, I have to leave the group because I wrote a whole letter about it. I wrote a whole letter about it, and telling them that I have these serious doubts and everything, and I can't call myself Christian anymore because that's just where I am. So so I emailed or messaged a pastor to talk to him a little bit about the discrepancies and everything, especially with the Gospels, the main heart of what Christians believe. And I was thinking we should have way more evidence for something like that that's supposed to be so big. So
yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's like all these things happened, and why is there this the only source you have for it? Like that's not very well documented or even known who the hell wrote it. I mean, like, why?
It's supposed to be monumental, and yet there's nothing to confirm it.
So. Yeah, I just had this conversation with a Christian through email, and they were like, they were using an NDE as their personal experience that there is a God, and
near-death experience.
Near-death experience.
One of the worst.
And I said, well, if we're going to take that as your, evidence, I mean, I can't say anything about what it means to you or how you feel about it. I can't take that away from you. You're going to believe whatever you believe. You're convinced, obviously, and this person claims, of course, that they used to be an atheist. They always do. But, but it's like, if I'm going to take that as evidence, then I have to take everyone else's as evidence as well. And it seems like people in different cultures have experiences related to whatever religion their culture practices.
Right. So they would see Buddha, in a dream or a vision or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. If, so if I'm going to take that as evidence of God, then it actually creates more problems for you, because
right.
You have, all these contradictory versions of it. And again, they can't all be true, but they can all be false. And then I'm not going to get into NDEs, but they're not reliable anyway, of course. And we can reproduce them. So
everybody has their own personal experiences, and it's
my question to them is why should that hold any weight for me or anyone else? Why should anyone believe anything you're saying based on this? And
exactly.
Then they turned around and said, I'm not trying to make an argument, and they made all kinds of claims in their thing. And I was like, I wasn't arguing with them. I just addressed the things that they tried to say were true, and
I bet they claimed they did what I like to call claim stacking, where they make another claim, make another claim, and it just keeps stacking and stacking.
What about is what that turns into. You know,
Yeah.
what about?
Yeah, right.
Instead of sticking to one, Jesus with say like Elvis with an NDE, then that same person will look at you like you're nuts.
Yeah, if we're going to give credence to one of these, then we have to give credence to all of them, and that's just more problematic for your narrative. Like, what aboutism? Yeah. Do you not know
what Mr. Mod's religion?
She's got a question mark. Like she doesn't. I'm not sure if she's asking what a whataboutism is, but
no, she's had it underneath her name tag before. Whataboutism.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I think. I guess. Missing Mod. You know what? Or what about? Yes. Okay. I thought she did. Yeah. I want to speak for it, but it's like I know I've seen it before.
All the time. It happens all the time. It's like they come and say, "Well, you know, you need to. I'm going to tell you this, and it's because I'm trying to help you find your way back to God." And I'm like, "Okay," and you know, like I know it's not right to go into it with that kind of attitude, but I mean, it's not because I'm not willing to accept evidence. It's because I know what the fuck I'm dealing with. Like whenever they say that, you know, like I know where it's going usually, and they'll make all kinds of claims, and you say, well, you said this, but that's not what we observe, or we can, you know, there's a natural explanation for that. So why should we refer to a supernatural cause? You know, you address, and then they're like, no, I wasn't trying to argue. This isn't a debate. I'm not arguing with you. I'm like, well, like, how are we going to do this then? Like, you're just going to tell me like fake things are true, and I'm going to say, okay, like, how do you think this is going to go?
Right.
I have a channel where I address the stupid shit you guys say all the time. Why would I let you just say all that stuff and not respond?
Have y'all heard of the cartoon Michigan J Frog?
No.
Not.
It's the frog that dances and sings. Only in front of the owner though. But the owner of the frog, he would always tell people this frog dances and and all these different things. But all he would do is act like a normal frog around other people. So it's only his experience. So whenever somebody would talk about a miracle, it's kind of like the Michigan J Frog. You never actually see the miracle. You just hear stories about it. You never actually, so it's kind of like that,
Yeah, right. It's and for me, the problem with that is, and I've always contended that it's a fact that every Christian defines God in a different way, and has a different belief, because I've never met two of them that believe the same thing exactly. They all define God in whatever way they need to fill the gaps of their own doubt. Right. And it's very obvious that that's the case. And what's up, Beck? Good to see you. And it's go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, somebody in the chat said Looney Tunes. Yeah, it's part of the Looney Tunes cartoons.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
It's Matt Powell and Ken Hope. They're part of Looney Tunes.
Yeah, I remember that now. Shit. Looney Tunes. That brought it all back.
It's a perfect example of when people share these stories. It still has the same problem as the Bible itself.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's you claim all this supernatural things and all these miracles and all this stuff, but you can't actually produce it when it comes time to talk about it, even any good reason to believe that it's true.
There's no replication or anything.
I quit asking theists for evidence of God. I mean, I do in some cases if they're stating that they have it or whatever, but I quit asking for evidence of God and just switched to, I know you don't have evidence, so can you give me any even possible reason to think it's true? And I never get an answer really. It's called a miracle. You just can't call one up. No, and you can't find any evidence that one ever happened either.
Yep.
So That's the issue. There's claims of the sun stopping in the sky and things like that. That didn't happen. It would have a physical effect on things that we just don't
And
see.
why didn't any of the secular resources out there in the world ever record anything like that happening? Or any other religion, for that matter of fact, you know.
Look, read this, guys. This is funny. You're correct.
You're exactly, and that's the way it should be.
We only agree on one thing.
And I almost said that earlier, but
yeah.
The answer to atheism isn't the end all to beat all. It's just like Joe said, one question: whether we believe there's.
I'm just not convinced. It's not theists say, well, you should repent and all these things and go to church and all this stuff. And it's like, if I don't believe what you're saying is true, if I don't believe the claims that Christianity makes are true, I'm not convinced of it in any way. What purpose would that serve? Like, it's not, I already know what the Bible says. I know what the preacher man's going to say. I haven't heard anything new from a theist in 10 years. Like, and there's people done this a lot longer than me that ain't heard nothing in 30 years. So, like, what?
Yeah.
What, fake it till you make it? Is that the plan? Like, I'm just not convinced it's true. And
I told a Christian one time, well, you want me to just pretend and add to my sins?
Right. Yeah. You want me to go and say amen and pray and invoke God's name that I don't believe? Do you think that's a better way to do it? Like,
you can't help what you're not convinced of. So
yeah,
it's like
give me evidence.
They think that you're doing it on purpose.
That's not a thing, Charles. Like that's not how anything works.
From you, I'd expect more. Atheism is not a positive claim, hence it does not have to be defended or evidence. Bring me good.
I can give you the reasons that I don't believe a God exists.
Right.
But it's just, like
the Bible
makes the Santa Claus doesn't
read the Bible. There you go. The Bible is the only claim that a God exists.
Right.
Or that specific God exists.
The Bible is the one that makes the first claim.
And why stop there? Let's prove that Allah doesn't, live, or what, all the Hindu gods don't exist.
Yeah, well,
there's more than just a Christian God that we'd have to prove that about anyway. So why is your God the right God?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Why is the majority of the world wrong about it then? Like, and you're right, with no support whatsoever.
And why is it the Islams are saying the same thing over in the Middle East about Christians?
They have a bigger
and they've got miracles. So, are we going to say that their miracles also are, acts of God? Or is it because it's not the Christian? Hey, Spooky.
The Quran, sorry. The Quran is evidence that God doesn't exist. And I know it's the same God.
But I'm saying
at least their narrative of that God is false.
Yeah.
Because the Quran is claimed to be the actual word of God. And since it's definitely has lots of errors, that it can't be an all-knowing, all-powerful God that gave those words, unless the plan was to deceive, and that's a whole nother bucket of worms that we're not going to get into today.
It would have been better if they had more books to connect with.
Yeah.
Then it'd be harder to debunk, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. The reason that I can't prove that a God, or like you say, show evidence that a God doesn't exist, is because the claim is the Bible that the God does exist. So I can't provide evidence like that because I'm not the one making the claim.
Right.
I'm not accepting the conclusion that Christians come to with that claim. I don't know why I can't talk today. I usually do better than that, but
probably because you got a guy in the back of your throat.
Yeah, that dude's back there. Trying to cough him up.
Does it taste like poop? I think he's pooping.
Yeah, he's pooping and watching me. But
the Bible makes the claim first, so it bears the burden. It has the burden. It bears the burden. So,
and even if we don't want to get into all that, like you've got the burden and all that stuff, like I can point to lots of reasons why the Bible probably isn't true, and things that it gets wrong, and absolute lies, and point out the fact that the God of the Bible is an immoral tyrant. Like, you know, all of those things are why I'm not convinced. It's not that I say that the Bible, although the Bible does make, you know, again, violates one of the laws of logic, non-contradiction, but,
Right. Yeah.
you know, which I think is a good enough reason to say that there is no Christian God. But you know, I can point to all the reasons that I don't accept the claim that a God exists, but, you know, things like, you know, young earth creationism is one of the things, though, that really pushed me to actually looking into whether I believed a God at all. Because once I found that you know, that all that is just lies, and it's demonstrably true that it's lies, the young earth creationist narrative.
Yeah.
It's demonstrably true that Kent Hovind is lying to people. That kind of pushed me, though, like, that kind of fundamental fanaticism about the Bible pushed me to look into the rest of it, and you know, so
It's funny. It's funny.
Go
It
ahead.
makes you actually dive into the Bible more.
yeah, that actually made me, because once I mean, like, first of all, the young earth creationists, I mean, I know they're wrong about a lot of stuff and things, but they're going by at least, you know, some of what the book claims. At least they're you know, sticking to their guns.
They're trying to be consistent, you know, with their with the Bible to a degree.
Yeah.
You know, even though there's
because
some contradictions.
once you give that some scripture is true and some isn't, then you have to say, well, who decides which parts are you know, taken literally, which parts are interpreted, you know, figuratively, and who decides? And when you get there, there's not an answer to that question.
They'll say the Holy Spirit will guide you, but that's,
Yeah.
you know, you kind of throw up
Well,
your
why
hands
does
with
it
that.
guide 40,000 denominations in different directions?
Right.
Yeah.
Hey,
It's just, yeah. Hey, what's up? Yeah, it's crazy. I posted a link in the chat if anybody wants to come in and talk with us about this stuff or whatever. You're welcome to. No, you know, I'm not trying to drag anybody in here or anything, but if you want to, you can. Just we're just kind of having a conversation about, started with the Trinity and kind of got into answering Father Charles, so we kind of went down that road. But you know, like, even there's no part of the Bible where you can't. You read something and you turn 2 pages later and it says the exact fucking opposite, like in every case.
Yeah.
Thou shalt not kill. Now fucking kill everybody. You know, like, have no other God before me. You can only get to the Father through me. Even the synoptics, even the Gospels are fucked. They're different stories that take place in different times with different people and completely different events. Like, why should anyone accept that as truth? There's no good reason to believe any of that. And again, that's without even talking about deception, like, which is a big fucking problem for anybody who's asserting the Bible's true. You know,
there was
sorry, I get worked up.
It's
no, you're
like,
just angry at God.
Yeah, I'm just mad at God that I don't believe him. Fucking idiots.
It's
I
kind
can't
of
stand when people say that. The atheists don't exist, and we're just mad at God and want to live in sin. If I just wanted to live in sin, why would I have to deny God to do that?
Most Christians are.
Yes.
Go to any church and you'll see how many people live together that aren't married.
Right.
I was one of them.
I still am.
Not that I was a good Christian, don't get me wrong, but
I ain't ever signing half my shit over again. Fuck that. That was stupid.
What's half of nothing? It's kind of like my raises, Joe. You're screwed either way.
No, I had stuff then. That's why I have.
Well, no, I'm saying now.
Yeah, I had to freaking borrow money to buy cigarettes today. Jesus.
Yeah, but what I don't get, if the Bible is the Word of God, doesn't contradict, why is it science has time and time again proven the Bible wrong, but not once the Bible has ever proved science wrong?
Yeah.
They'll claim creationism, they'll claim the flood, they'll claim, but that's never been, they can't have a good case against it.
Why is the Bible wrong about everything it claims? Why is it wrong about all those things?
Mark Stoney.
Answer that question, and then we can talk. Because
Mark Stoney.
And don't tell me it's not wrong, because it's obviously wrong. That whenever apologists quit trying to say that the Bible doesn't get things wrong and stuff, and just accept the fact that men wrote it and it got things wrong, when they stop doing that, there's a conversation to be had. But if we're not going to agree on the terms of motherfucking reality, then there ain't nothing to talk about.
Okay, so, I gotta say this one more time. I'm trying to summon the demon for MM. Mark Stoney. There's 3 times.
Yeah, I cuss a lot over here.
But a lot of people they don't look at what human beings are capable of doing. Like they're capable of deception, of course. They're capable of lying. They're capable of writing things down, and then as they pass them along, there's room for error. There's all kinds of things that.
Yeah, and let's just go ahead and talk about why humans are even capable of doing these things. So I know that people want to assert free will, and we don't even have to argue about free will to talk about it, though.
Yeah.
But if God created humans with the ability to be deceived, which he definitely did, given the story in Genesis. So, and I'm saying given that these things are even possible or real, but of course, but why would God even do that? If God's intent was to have this perfect place and man was going to live there forever, then why, is God not powerful enough or all-knowing enough to know what was going to happen? The Bible isn't a science book. It's not a history book either. So people should probably quit calling it that too. Obviously God fails twice in the first chapter of the fucking book. He fails. Now, how is that possible?
And actually, I think they should have left that out. So, if God created us with the capability of rebelling against them, it's like creating for instance, creating a character for a game. You create its limitations and you create its abilities.
Yeah, and it says God created us, and then it says that we're all wicked. Why did God create wicked people?
Right.
Why? He didn't have to. He could have done it any other way.
Let me read the story to you, Joe. I'll tell you how it happened.
I know how it happened.
So you just said you didn't. Make your mind up. You're confusing me. How am I going to be a good Christian if you're confused?
What did I say? I didn't know how it happened? Why did God create wicked people? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Azho. Tell me.
Well, when you're a little bitty boy, your mama met your daddy, and they were drunk. They went to the bar, and then you were made. Poof. That's why.
I was told I was hatched. So.
I was told that I was shit on a rock and fried to life, but I'm not sure my grandmother was right about that.
My mom was a monkey and my dad was a rock.
my daddy is a rock and my mom was a strawberry. So I'm either a
exactly BS
or stoneberry or
check this out.
Or a rock.
If believing the correct thing is the most important thing, then even unintentional deception like mental illness is extremely suspect. Yeah, why? It makes no sense that because God's goal in the beginning of the Bible is to create this perfect creation, right? Perfect. And he makes everything perfect. He didn't know that Adam wasn't going to want to fuck the animal, so he eventually made a woman. It's full of things where God screws up and then he has to flood the whole earth and kill everybody because he screwed up so bad there. Like, if you want to assert that this God is true, why did he create people to be able to deceive and to not believe and all that? And it says, well, I ain't going to go any further. I feel like I'm preaching at this point.
He made the same error in heaven before he even made Adam and Eve. You know, where with Lucifer.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
That's what I never got.
1/3 of the angels. It's like, you know,
because God didn't create robots. Yeah, he created wicked people, though.
Yeah.
He made everybody wicked so that he could kill them. Is that what you're asserting? I mean, like, it's like he felt as his son because he didn't defeat sin in the world. Yeah, it did. And that's another thing. They want to speak out of both sides of their mouth about this. Like, Jesus died for your sins, but no, we're still born wicked because of original sin and things. Like, it's stupid.
I'm actually working on a video about the punishment for sin. You know, Jesus is supposedly 3 days, a 3-day punishment, which is supposed to be equivalent to a full judgment.
Yeah, right. he was judged. Everybody else gets eternity, but 3 days was judgment for him.
Right.
Yeah.
Unless the only way I was thinking, okay, let's do the numbers on this. You know, if 3 days is a full judgment and we're only being judged by the sins that we commit, then ours is maybe 2 days or 1 day. You know, if you kind of compare, you know, because he took the sins of the world. So that the full sentence is 3 days. So to be fair, we should only serve 1 day, 1/3 of it, you know.
What's up, Lupin?
Hey, how you doing?
Doing all right. How's it going today?
I'm doing good. I'm getting a call from my mom. One moment.
Okay. We'll be here.
What's next? Kent Hovind's going to show up? No.
Don't start saying his name.
Kent Hovind. Kent Hovind.
Yeah, I wasn't even.
It's not working. This shit ain't working today.
Well,
we tried to get Mark Stoney here, and Orbit showed up.
Yeah. I said BS's Lewis, and this is 2 days in a row. As soon as I said his name on the stream,
he's everywhere.
Yeah.
No, we're not doing that one.
Darth
I'm not in the mood for free suppers.
I think I saw a little bit of Darth on a stream or something. He's a little
everywhere.
Yeah. Please, someone come and make a philosophical argument. Please piss me off today.
That's what it appeared to be.
That's what it always is. The same fucking shit.
And the rock. Don't forget the rock. Maybe I just forget the candle, just have a rock and a strawberry in my hand and face a mirror.
Yeah.
But yeah, the judgment, you know, for sin, I'm working on some content for that.
Guts of Gibbons.
Yeah, I asked her to come on in 2 different places, and she has yet to answer me. She's busy.
That's one busy girl.
Yeah.
You think Matt was busy?
Now, she's talked to me on Twitter a couple times, but whenever I asked her to come on, she didn't answer. And I've emailed her.
Get off of Twitter, she could come on.
We've got emails out to a lot of people. We've got some good guests coming up, guys. I
got to send some more out. But
I wanted to. We've got some excellent guests coming up in the future too.
All our guests are excellent, aren't they? Shane?
No, I agree. I love having conversations like this better than talking to somebody that I gotta, tiptoe around and stuff. I would rather be able to do it like this and make it to where other people can come in and all that. But some people just they don't have time for that kind of thing, and an hour isn't always long enough.
Oh, here you go. You want to destroy that one, or
if God exists
very easily,
understanding, we could imagine him to be greater by existing in reality. Therefore, God must exist. That's like.
Can I do this one?
Yeah, go ahead. Go for it, because I'm going to be mean.
I'm not going to be mean. Okay. up, Chuck, and I say this with respect. You know, I get along with you up until now. But let's go ahead and substitute God with, if Bigfoot exists in the understanding, we could imagine him to be greater by existence in reality. Therefore, Bigfoot must exist.
Yeah.
Am I correct or am I not correct? Let's go with Santa Claus there, Easter Bunny. You know, you can plug anything you want into that, and it's still as valid as what you're saying, up, Chuck. And I appreciate your position, but you know,
Yeah, you really can't just plug anything in there.
Yeah, no, Maya, I understand she's busy. I'm not giving her any shade or anything for not answering me. I understand.
Yeah, I think like Al said, she's working on that thesis, and that's a lifetime experience in itself.
Yeah, no, I understand completely. I think that if she had the chance and she was able, she would. She's been busy on Twitter over there. She's been hard at it on Twitter.
I love her work, though. Look how much she destroyed them over the heat problem, and they still haven't been able to recoup just from that one thing. I don't believe Bigfoot exists either, Missing Mod. So, you know, to do a Santa Claus, you know, does Santa Claus exist? I mean, in the minds of children, yes. It's embedded into our story, but is Santa actually a tangible thing that we can see other than in malls or ringing bells at the Walmart?
And you know what? Earl said, what does that say?
Here we go. I got you.
Yeah. What does that mean? Exist and understanding. So
that's what I was going to say. I was going to say it was gobbledygook bullshit is what I was going to say.
The way I took it was exist in thought. You know,
just because you can think of some. The assertion you're making there is anything you can think of and understanding, whatever you think that means. Whatever you can think of must exist then, and that's
that's right. I forgot about that.
That's nonsense talk.
I just got kicked out of the Bigfoot Club by the president. We're not being mean to Father Chuck.
I'm not being mean.
Does that mean Father Chuck's being mean to us?
But he has to.
Let's see. Here we
go.
He
has to explain that. You know,
God by definition, which means nothing. First of all,
whose definition?
Is that which is no greater can be conceived. God exists in the understanding. No. Just because you can think of something doesn't mean it exists. What you're asserting there is anything I imagine must exist.
Can I do this one real quick?
Why would anyone accept that? Why, like, this is the problem whenever apologists try to use philosophy. Shoot something like this at any actual philosopher and they will laugh you out of the room. Because this is nonsense talk. It's repeating bullshit that other idiots have said on the internet. This makes zero sense, Charles.
Joe, do you need
sorry. It's not to be mean to you. I don't have an issue with you, Charles. You're good. I'm just saying, like, if you're going to make the assertion, though, I'm going to address it the way it should be addressed, as nonsense.
Okay.
Howard, that's just funny.
I'm going to do this really quick one more time. Bigfoot, by definition, is that for which no greater can be conceived. Bigfoot exists in the understanding.
This right here is why people believe in fairy tales, because they think shit like that is sensible, and it's not. That's the most irrational thing that I've seen on this show recently. Yeah. It's not about being mean.
It makes no sense at all.
I'm sorry that I get passionate about those things. It's not to be an asshole to you. It's to make you understand how silly it is what you're asserting. And Azzo's exactly right. Replace God with any other word, and it's the same. It's leprechauns, fairy, whatever. It's the same thing.
The guy in your throat. I know he exists though. I see him.
Yeah.
We can imagine just about anything. We can conceive about, all kinds of stuff, but you got to look at what comports with reality. So
exactly. And let's go back to what I said a little bit ago about all the times that God screwed up. So if we have to imagine a perfect being, it can't be the God of the Bible, because that God's a fuck up. So where's that leave you?
See,
right.
So that's not really God then?
No, we got Little Red Riding Hood in this.
Yeah, Little Red Riding Hood exists in understanding me. Yeah.
No,
Are
but
you
really,
trying to say Little Red Riding Hood does not exist? What?
I
Now,
was
Red Riding Hood comports with reality. So,
At least there's a possibility of that being true, right?
right.
At least,
It's just a girl.
yeah, at least that's believable. Like
Right,
the assertions of Christianity are not even sensible. It's things people believe this stuff because they're indoctrinated into it at birth through their culture. All right, that's the only reason they believe it. No, given everything being equal on a flat playing field, nobody would believe this shit. Like it's and so it's fine that you have faith and you believe it or whatever, but there's no good reason for it. It doesn't make it, good. I mean, people also have their opinions about climate change and about how to run the economy and about all kinds of other subjects that they're wrong about. I mean, and it's just
Yeah.
another one of those.
When you're indoctrinated, they teach what they're teaching you how to think, like whatever you can, conjure up in your mind, especially with charismatic kind of churches where they can just kind of make up stuff
Yeah.
through their feelings and whatever comforts them. But it's just really not something you can confirm.
I gotta take my freaking blood pressure medicine. Jesus. I wasn't ready for all that today.
I wonder if I can get that in there. Oh, fuck.
But yeah, it's it's funny because it's also that whole all right, let me take a deep breath. Go ahead. Go ahead. Hi, Lupin.
Your mama taking care of Lupin?
She was kind of taking care of me.
Your mama's so fat she went bungee jumping and ended up in hell.
And back to heaven.
I'm just joking.
No, my mom is the nicest woman ever.
It wasn't a personal thing. I was just kidding.
Yeah, my mom is the nicest one, Lupin.
No, my mom is nicer than yours.
No, my mom will beat your mom up.
My mom will beat your mom up.
My mom will beat your mom up and your dog.
My mama will beat your mama up and your daddy.
Well, if I knew who my daddy was,
she'll find him and beat him up for you.
oh, I like your mama then. Tell her to go find my daddy and say I want my $29.95 back.
And this is how denominations are formed.
Is your mom all right? She was cool. She was cool when I left this morning.
My God is bigger than your God. My God can beat your God up.
Anyway, what's up, Lupin? How you doing today?
I'm doing well. I'm just I'm finally kind of getting settled into the hotel and everything. So
California?
No, I can actually check out of this one.
Oh, because you can never leave. Okay, sorry.
You thought that one was going to go over my head, I bet.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I had to think about it for a second.
I don't know. People say I'm stupid, but I don't know. I pick up on a lot of things that other people don't. But people say a lot of things about me. No, I'm not saying you. I don't think you're stupid.
I think you're uninformed about some things and misinformed about some other things, but I don't think you're stupid.
And I don't think you're missing Mod either. There for a while we thought you were.
Yeah.
No, I'm not missing Mod.
No, I was kidding about that. He said you're missing something. And
I got a question for you, Lupin. Let's ask this because this is something that I've been thinking about a lot. I came over on your channel and we had a long discussion about evolution, right?
Where you going, Jack?
We talked for quite a while, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you guys, mostly it was you guys just asking questions, trying to poke holes in things, and I gave you answers. Any of the answers that I gave you, did you look into any of those?
I've heard all of those answers, and I don't really need to look into them because I've heard them all before, and it's
Fair
just
enough.
like none of those answers would have changed my mind or even made me think. If anything, it just made me think, evolution just got another one. You know,
Yeah.
But no, it's
Facts win again, huh?
well, there were no facts. There was only speculation. That was the thing. So,
okay.
you know, that's. I mean, and I'm not trying to be rude. And like I said,
No, you're fine. I get it.
And
what is your background? I mean, what is your? I just want to get to know
religion standpoint and all that. I'm a non-denominational Christian, just follower of Jesus, just a servant. The more and more that I've looked into young Earth creation, the more and more that I'm finding that that's more of a possibility than anything. However,
what evidence directly points to young Earth creation exclusively?
What evidence points to young Earth creation?
Mm-hmm. That can't be used as evidence for old Earth or anything else.
My favorite one is the amount. Okay, so it is scientifically proven that the moon is moving away from the Earth very slowly by a centimeter or so every year. Correct? Are you aware of that?
Yeah.
Okay. So in about 6,000 or 7,000 years, that's not going to be too big of a problem.
Yeah.
Now, when you start adding millions of years, that is going to create such a big catastrophe because if you didn't know, but I'm pretty sure you know that the moon is what controls the tides and, controls the flow of the water. Well, partial flow of the water.
It has an effect on it, yeah.
So if we know now that the moon is moving further and further away from the Earth very slowly, if you calculate that and put millions of years and you add that into the equation, it would be disastrous. Earth wouldn't even be inhabitable. I'm not even sure if Earth would even exist, to be honest with you.
Okay, so let me ask this question then.
Okay, do you think that did I give you a decent answer there?
Yeah, and I'm aware of the argument. So let me ask a question about that. So we know that the moon is made of rocks from the Earth from a collision. We know that. We can test the rocks.
How do we know? How do we know that?
Okay, so whenever you test the rocks, you can see exactly like they're made of different elements, right? And hold on, I got you, Mage. They're made of different elements, and elements are not just there's this one and there's that one. There's different kinds of them depending on where they're at. So have you heard of like people saying like carbon-14, right? That's a version of carbon. Well, the rocks that are on the moon are the exact same rocks that are on Earth. They came from Earth. So if that, we have to ask the question then, did God grab a chunk of Earth and make the moon out of it in the creation story? Or if 6,000 years makes sense for where the moon is, then how do you account for the time that the moon came together? Because we observe how long that takes, and it takes a while. So you're already another several thousand years past your 6,000, even if we accept what you said is true. Well, fuck. What's up, Mage?
Hey.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, let's see here. The moon is 238,900 miles.
Yeah, you messed up now, Lupin.
Yeah, no, sorry
Let's
about
see
that.
here.
I was disconnecting my charger, and I was gonna go move under the umbrella over here because my phone gets really hot, especially on these streaming apps.
I know, Earl. The idea with me putting it that way was to demonstrate that even if I give that that's the case. I know that there is a problem with the math there, but I was saying even if I give that that's true, it's still not evidence of a young Earth. It's actually evidence that the young Earth story isn't true.
If
So-
we let's see here, if we take from how old the Earth is and divide that about 3.88 centimeters a year, that only gives us about 7,428 miles that's moved since the beginning of the Earth, according if we go by
no.
the old Earth thing.
Oh no, that means that math is actually just a lie, Lupin, and you just repeated it.
I'm sorry, what happened?
Do the math. Do that actual math. Not right now.
I'm on my
On
phone
your
right
own. No, you gave a math problem there. You said that the Earth moves so far from, or the Moon moves so far from the Earth every year, and that would be 6,000 years. I want you to actually go look at those numbers sometime and do the math, and come back and tell me that that's true, because it's not. You're just wrong. The math is wrong.
Yeah.
What's wrong about the math?
Go ahead, Mage. Go ahead, Mage.
Wait. Well, let me answer. Respond first, okay?
Okay.
And then I'll do. Is there any Christians, or is everyone on this panel an atheist except for me?
Yeah, we're all atheists.
All
Okay,
atheists.
all right, cool. I'm used to it. It's okay. No big deal.
Well, you came here. It's not like we're ganging up on you. You joined the panel.
I love joining the dens of atheists because that
Yeah.
gives me more opportunity to convert.
Praise
Yeah.
Jesus. I converted Lupin. But
The-
Missy Monterey did it.
One step at a time. As I was praying for you, I may have skipped a day or two, but believe it or not, I was praying for you.
Well, that
Every
explains
time
the
I
gas I
remember.
had yesterday. Then thanks a lot, Lupin. Just kidding.
Hey, sometimes it's good to release that gas.
It is. But sometimes I want God to do it for me so I don't have to hear it, smell it, or deal with it. Anyway, continue.
Oh well, I mean that's your own gas. You can take pride in it as long as you're not dust cropping anybody else.
Just
That's when it
cat and
becomes a
dog, I
problem.
guess.
Oh,
Welcome
poor
to your
dog.
digestive
Poor
system
dog.
today. Atheist talk.
What the fuck is going on here?
What, you never met a Christian with a sense of humor?
No, I'm not. That's
No,
not what I
all
mean.
Christians have sense of humor. They believe in God. No, I'm kidding.
I get the joke. I'm not giving you shit about that. That's not what I meant.
I just feel like a lot of people like maybe it's on YouTube. A lot of people like I don't know. Maybe I'm not a unique Christian or anything like that, but people get surprised whenever they realize how similar we are. Even though I'm not an atheist and I don't see any. It honestly takes way more faith to be an atheist than to be a theist. But
my
anyway.
God. No, seriously, Lupin. You just lost
I
me,
forgot
buddy.
about that. Yeah,
Yeah.
1 times 1 is not 1.
No, and I know you guys have heard that from other people, but I mean it's honestly true.
No, it's
to me,
honestly not true.
What is honestly true? Hold on. What is honestly true?
to me it is.
That doesn't make it true.
Yeah, well, fine.
That
it's
makes
my
it your belief.
it's my truth, which whatever.
Yeah.
What's my truth anyway in the long run, right?
Well, yeah, you can say that.
Never
Right.
really cared for that term.
Yeah.
Humans hold all kinds of false beliefs, though. That's
Yeah, like
obvious.
evolution.
Oh shit!
Nice. Thunder, yes.
Did you all hear that?
Yeah, I heard it.
Okay.
It was
That
like
was loud.
earlier here. Who else has got gas? I see.
If my electric goes off, Azho, you can do whatever you want. Keep going. Shut it down.
That
whatever.
Taco Bell, I tell you.
But so okay, Lupin. Do you need to say anything else about it before
I've ran the math. The problem there would not be a problem with 6,000 years. However, if you put in the age of the Earth, which
I did.
the quote unquote science gives you, that number becomes astronomical and will
No, it
cause.
doesn't. I just did it.
Yeah,
It's only about
listen to the
7,000.
math.
It's only a little bit. It's a little bit further than 7,400 miles. That's
When you put
That's
in
nothing.
when you put in millions,
Yeah.
I actually I used 4.5 billion years. I put that in.
4.5 billion years.
It's only been moving away about 3.8 centimeters a year. So once you put that in together, you only get about 7,428.62884 miles.
yeah,
The moon
Earth would be
moon
would be uninhabitable at that point.
Yet we're here.
The moon.
No, that's what I'm saying. Because we're here because of a young Earth creation.
No,
The moon.
Look,
No, hold on. Let me
what
say.
we observe matches the
excuse me.
math that he's given you. So
The moon is 238,900 miles away. So you just had, if you subtract 7,400 with whatever miles, that's still 230,000 miles away. So that's no problem whatsoever.
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, so,
all right. Well,
so
I'm no,
hold on.
I'm no
Wait a minute.
physicist, but I do a lot of fishing, and I know that the tide is affected by the moon exponentially. And if you move it a couple 7,000 miles away, then the moon, then it'd be uninhabitable.
That's
No,
just
wouldn't
not true.
Okay, well,
It would, yes,
so hold on.
we would see bigger tidal surges. Yeah, that is true, but it's not to the point where it'd be uninhabitable.
So let me ask you a question real quick, Lupin. What do you consider a fact to be? What do you think a fact is?
a fact is something that has been demonstrated to be true.
That which comports with reality, right?
Yeah, I mean, depends on what your version of reality is. We could be living in a simulation, but I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole and throw a wrench.
No. Please don't do solipsism.
No, I'm not going to. Oh, yeah, that's what they call it now, solipsism. I like simulation theory. It just reminds me of the Matrix a little bit more. But yeah, no, we share a common reality. You know, you and I and everybody else in this panel, I imagine, go to sleep and wake
and
up.
facts are those things that comport with that reality, right?
Sure, yes, and the facts are things that are demonstrably true and comport with our common reality.
So do you know that when you talk about the tides and the moon is on one side of the earth, you know there's a tidal bulge on the other side too, right?
Right.
Okay. So what Mage told you? He gave you the exact math, right? And when we look at the moon and our theories about how it was created and all that, all of those things match with what we observe. They're not. He's not, saying, oh, it wouldn't be inhabitable if that's the case. Well, that's exactly what we think the case is, and we're here. So it doesn't give you that whole thing about the moon and it would be too far away and all this stuff. It's just, it's bad. It's a lie about the math that you're repeating. You have not checked. You have not checked this math. You claim that you did, but that's not true. Because if you did, you would know this.
I have checked the math. It's been a while since I've checked it, but I have checked the math.
So
and it doesn't.
10,000 miles is enough that the Earth is uninhabitable. Well, here's the thing. In that 4.5 billion years, there wasn't life on Earth the whole entire time. And also the
how
moon
do you know
wasn't
this?
necessarily created.
How do you know this?
Because there's
I have a question.
Are you stating that as a fact? Do you know that for a fact?
I know for a fact that the math doesn't equal an uninhabitable Earth.
I'm not talking about the math. I'm talking about life form, life. You know that for a fact?
What about life forms?
That
there weren't life forms on Earth from the moment that it became a planetesimal? Is that what you're saying?
Right.
Well, we know that the Earth was very hot for a long time, and then there's snowball Earth, and and the Great Bombardment and the Late Heavy Bombardment and all those things that we know happened because we found evidence of them. And we know how solar systems work because we can look out and see other solar systems and how planetary systems are created. So we have a natural explanation there that explains this that does not equal no life on Earth, because given that model, which there is an actual model here, which is what you lack, given that model, we do have life and it is possible. So what you would need to do is give me some reason to exclude that model as a possible explanation. Because as long as there's a natural explanation there, there's no reason to even assert a supernatural cause. So whenever we say what's probably true in that case, it's probably true that this natural explanation, which holds true with all of our physics and everything we see around us, is probably the case. So if you want to make the assertion that it's a young
That's
Earth,
a lot of probablys.
Well, I know, because it's. Do you not understand? Are you not following what I'm saying though?
It's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to follow what.
Does anyone else think that I'm not being clear about this? I mean, I think that I'm being pretty clear about it. Like, if we have a natural explanation that fits with what we see in reality, the laws of physics and what we see around us, we see this happening in other planetary systems. And if we have this explanation and we know the mechanisms for which would create our planet and why it's the way it is and where the moon is, and we can explain every bit of that with a natural explanation. So why would we assert a supernatural explanation instead?
Right. Yeah.
I might have a question. What do you think is happening to the Earth if the moon is 7,400 miles closer? What's causing it to not be able to support life in that situation?
Yeah.
Oh, it'd be uninhabitable at that point as well.
Yeah. Why? Why would it? What would make it uninhabitable?
The gravitational pull would probably pull it into collision course with Earth, and it would probably collide with Earth.
I don't think so.
That's not how that works.
I'm not a cosmologist. I could just give you my explanation, and I could be wrong. But you know, okay, all right, that's fine.
I mean, honestly, again, you can go and all those numbers that Mage gave you, you can go and look that up. And
I could.
Right, but you don't want to.
I really don't feel like it.
Right. You would rather stick to your story about the moon would make life uninhabitable. So what that means is at this point you're being dishonest. Right?
No, I'm being completely honest with you.
You're refusing to even look at facts in favor of what you believe.
No,
even though we can show what you believe to not be true
okay, look, I looked up the numbers. I know that the Earth would be inhabitable given the 4 whatever million years there is. I just know that for a fact. Okay. And
willful ignorance is what we're going to call that.
Yeah, I know. You got atheists are professional at willful ignorance, and the Bible explains it very clearly too. It's kind of funny.
What does it explain clearly? Tell me something the Bible explains clearly. Anything.
The Bible says during the end times there will be people that are willingly ignorant, and that's what we're seeing now.
And why should we care about what the Bible says? Why should the Bible be considered true?
I mean, it's your eternal soul. I mean, you tell me.
How are we being?
That's another claim.
How are we being willfully ignorant?
You'll be willingly ignorant. You will ignore the fact that there's a creator. You will ignore the fact that there's a flood.
Not a fact.
How?
Facts are that which comports with reality, right? How is it a fact? Sorry, I'll let you guys talk. I'll back out for a minute.
No, you don't have to back out. So
no. I mean, I want to let other people, I want to let everyone ask their questions and say what they want to say. I don't want to, I don't want to make this just an argument between me and you. We have a panel. Let's all talk about it. Is what I'm saying. I'm doing too much. Is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, whenever you have to do too much, it's usually not a good sign whenever you're doing a debate. But it's okay. Look, I'm not gonna try and sit here and proselytize to you guys like way too
No,
hard.
you're
Look,
not.
I can't save you guys. I can't save anybody. Only
No,
Spirit
no,
can save.
no. Nobody's asking you to do that. Why
No,
should we
well,
accept the
well,
claims that the Bible makes as true, as facts, as that which comports with reality? Why should we accept that?
well, first off, what you said is false. You guys don't have to ask me to do that, but my my faith and my religion says that I should go out and preach the gospel to all creatures. So it doesn't matter what you think I should do. I go by what
No, I just said you're not
God's
doing it
word.
here.
What, Lupin, real kind of curious about that really quick. What verse do you use to back that up? Because the one I'm thinking of is the one where they went out 2 by 2. Is this what you're talking about? Going out witnessing?
Are you on a computer? You can look it up better than I can.
Okay, let me do it. Well, because the reason I asked is it's the same one that the Jehovah's Witnesses try to use to justify going door to door. And what's kind of ironic is the verses that they use aren't even for Gentiles. They were sent out 2 by 2 to get the Jewish people converted, at least according to the story in the New Testament.
Yeah, there's
And they were supposed to avoid
there's major flaws with
Gentile at
Jehovah's
all
Witnesses.
costs.
They pick and choose verses from the Bible, and they pick and choose the verses.
Let me sum this up a little bit here, Lupin, so that we're not.
I could give you another argument after this, and then I'm probably gonna go.
Well, do you want me to wait and give like a? I'll wait till after your second argument then and say what I'm going to say because it'll apply to it too. So, do you want to go ahead and make it?
Sure.
Okay.
So another thing about young Earth creation, do we see fossilization happening on a large scale during these times?
During what times?
The times that we live in, like today.
Well, fossilization takes a long time. So, I mean, we see things in the process of being fossilized.
Not necessarily. Fossilization does not necessarily take a long time.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
Depends,
So,
it depends on the condition.
Hold on. Let's get a definition first. Hold on. Because I don't want to. Hold on. Let me address this. And Sugary just gave a super chat for $100.
Oh,
hey,
wow.
Joe, evidence is
That's my buddy. Thank
you so much, Sugary. You're too kind. It makes me tear up when people do this because it's like you're like that's a lot of money, I think, and thank you so much. I appreciate it. I really do, and you're great. That's not the first time he's done that. All right, sorry, Lupin.
That's so buffets.
So what is the process of fossilization? Like, what is the definition of something being fossilized? What does it mean? Because I want to make sure that we're talking about the same thing when we use these words.
Fossilization is the replacement of the natural organic material being replaced with
rock.
It's like stone, rock. Yeah, it like I said, I'm a lot.
Mineralization.
Mineralization. Sure, there you go.
Yeah. So okay,
exactly, false.
So when have we ever observed that taking place on a fast scale? Where is that observed at?
Where is that observed at? It's observed every day, but
we see fossils. We see fossils made in a day.
No, we see fossilization that has happened whenever people go excavating through the dirt. And
right.
We find tons of fossils. We do not find fossilization happening today. Why? Because if you go by the flood, that would have created the perfect.
We see fossils in all stages of mineralization, though.
What's that?
We see fossils in all different stages of mineralization.
What do you mean?
It takes about 10,000. It takes about 10,000 years for something to fossilize.
Yeah. We see in all those different stages. So I don't know like why you're saying it's not occurring today when we do see it though.
It's not occurring. It may occur on a small scale, very small, but there are millions and billions of fossils.
We think. What percentage of animals do you think that science claims they found fossilized? Or what percentage of the fossils that exist do you think they claim they found? Because I can tell you, it's a small scale anyway.
Regardless,
it's an
irrelevant question. That's an
well,
irrelevant
no, it's
question.
Not because
yes, it
hold
is.
On.
Yes, it is. Let me just finish. Because
okay, go ahead.
whenever the flood would have happened, the tides would have been harmonic. The tides would have buried these creatures, all the animals. They would have buried them very rapidly. That would have been the perfect. That would explain why we see so many fossils that are now old. You know, that we would consider old, but we don't see fossils like happening on a wide scale now. I'm not sure.
Okay. So
I'm not sure how often
stop
we find
because
fossils.
you're gish galloping now. You're making.
I'm not gish galloping.
Hey, one at a time. If I have to be a mod, I'll be a mod here.
You're making multiple claims. Can I address them one at a time?
Go ahead.
Because I mean, if I have to get a pen and write this down, I can. But like, can we just do this and like you say something and then I say something rather than you make 10 claims and I have to address all of them?
How about hey Lupin, give him 1 point at a time, don't information bombard him, and then Joe can reply or vice versa. That works both ways. I'm not picking
because you've claimed a flood, you've claimed that fossils are made in 6,000 years, you've claimed that
I didn't make that claim.
Well, yeah, that's when you're. Well, actually, 4,000 years, I guess, because that's when the.
Well, the flood. It's not the time. It's not the time that created the fossils. It's the flood and the flood conditions that created the fossils. So the time is kind of irrelevant.
So how would those fossils be ordered then if they were all covered up in a flood and they all got washed out and they would be sorted hydrologically, right?
Well, I mean, you could go by density. You could, know, if there were birds, if there were dinosaurs.
All the birds would be on top, right? Because they have hollow bones.
Well, I mean, it depends. You know, if a bird gets buried quickly while it's on the ground,
locked on land. Yeah,
locked on land, or maybe it's a flightless bird.
The majority of birds would be on top, and then you would see some, like a small amount down lower, right?
I'll say that again.
Well, if it's sorted hydrologically, then the birds would all be on top, but there would be some that got caught and covered up on bottom. I agree. Like in your story, that's how that would go, right? So that's not at all what we observe, though. We observe birds in different levels of evolution throughout the different layers. So like we see avian dinosaurs and then things like Archaeopteryx and moving on up to modern birds. So why are they sorted in such a way that we see small changes over time if they're sorted by a flood? It's crazy that the flood did that, sorted all those things in the order that they would evolve rather than hydrologically. I mean, because we observe something completely the opposite of what a flood would do. So
you're doing a lot of mental gymnastics to try and make this work here. You're adding in a whole bunch.
Really? I said we observed something different, and that's mental gymnastics?
No, you're just throwing in this evolved. They evolved. We find them here. We find them there.
That's the order we find them in,
You're making a whole bunch of claims. Can you pull up documentation?
Can I pull up a document that says the fossil record supports evolution? They all do.
Of course they will. Of course they will. Duh, that's their agenda. Yeah, we know.
Oh, it's a conspiracy.
Yeah, it's an agenda.
Oh, okay, I got it. When did the lizard people walk the earth?
The reptilians?
This leaves me a question. What evidence would you accept?
The reptilians walk the earth right now.
Lupin, what evidence could we show you if you're going to just dismiss it as all a conspiracy? Is there anything that we could actually show you that could actually demonstrate our position? If you're just going to dismiss anything we show you as conspiracy,
What are you trying to convince me about?
What we've been talking about.
If
We've
I
been
can
talking-
show you that the
young Earth
fossils are
creation,
not
what
sorted
young Earth
chronologically.
creation, old Earth creation, evolution.
Never mind
Evolution.
that.
What
One
are you
thing at a
try-
time.
Let's
What-
take since we've been talking about the fossil record. What can we show you on the fossil record that would demonstrate to you that it actually does demonstrate evolution, as we've been mentioning here? What could we show you?
Awesome.
The fossil record would never demonstrate evolution. It would just show the animals died, and they got
It would
fossilized.
support, but if we see those animals in the same, like, because we date these layers, like you're aware of this, right? Because we have dates for these things, and everywhere we look, we see more basal forms towards the bottom, and the more modern forms towards the top. Why is it that same way everywhere we look? Because it is. Outside of some special conditions.
I don't know if that's true or not.
It is.
It's that which comports with reality.
Maybe
I can tell you that.
Maybe I'll look it up. Maybe I won't. Let me ask you this: do you believe that you have a soul?
No.
Nope.
So what are you?
My shoes.
What are you? Is that what you said?
Yeah. What are you?
A meat
Chemicals.
bag.
I'm a meat popsicle.
You're just a mass of meat.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you have no purpose in life.
I didn't say that. There's two different questions. Now, Lupin.
The thing that I refer to myself as my cell is a complex collection of electrical, biochemical interactions.
Okay, that's cool.
Lupin, do you realize we have 5 people on this panel right now, and all 5 of us have a different purpose that we create ourselves? You choose, the Sky Wizard Daddy. I choose, say like family, friends, nature, humanity, bowling.
Yeah, all the stuff that's going to perish, right?
Yeah. I choose to care about my fellow human rather than obsessed about whether my own soul is going to heaven or hell.
Let me ask you this.
This is like turning into whataboutisms, Lupin. First, let's go back one step.
I'm a monkey.
Address what you said, because you're trying to make one question from that should be 2 separate questions.
Okay.
Do we have a soul, and what's our purpose? How are those 2 connected together? Those are 2 separate questions.
What makes you think we do have a soul? What is your reason for thinking we do? Because that's
or even a purpose outside of what a book says.
Because I can see your soul in you. I see your soul.
Holy shit!
Yeah, I know, it's crazy, right?
You can see my soul. What does it look like?
Are you an X-ray technicianist, Lupin?
No, it takes part in your actions. You can see it in your actions and the way you behave, the way you speak.
Not soul. That is not. That's my personality or my morals or
exactly.
everything.
That's going to be a part of your soul.
Well, I want to stand up and let you look at this other part of my soul and see what you think about it. Okay?
No. Stay down.
Look deep into his eye.
Joking.
I think the main issue here is he believes in the supernatural.
Uh-oh.
And that's the main. That's the
this shit just got real. He took his shirt off and he come on camera. Let's go, Lupin.
Come on.
My shirt's down.
And demonetized.
It's cool. We tested this out the other day. It only works if you have female testicles. I just got male testicles. So at this angle, they might look like female ones. But
oh man, I don't want to see man nipples. Oh, come on.
It might get some of your audience excited. I don't know.
It might.
Wait, we're gonna be priest in the audience? I'm kidding.
Why do you need an exorcism now?
Do you do those too?
No, I'm good there. I might be old, but I don't need that quite yet.
Do you do exorcisms as well?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
Oh,
okay. Okay.
Good. It wasn't just me. I had to go the nipper out. He went.
So you actually have the ability to observe other people's soul.
Yeah. How can we confirm?
It's kind of like I can observe the wind, but I can't see it.
What is a person's soul?
But do you know it exists?
What do you observe in the natural world that a soul affects? Like the wind. Because the wind blows things. Like, what does the soul do in the natural world that you're seeing?
Right. Yeah.
I got you.
It affects the way you behave, the way you act, the way you speak.
But we have a natural explanation for that as well.
And we can see those things get changed if we alter our brains. So
Yeah.
what's going on there?
Hey,
guys,
Lupin,
I'm gonna go because I
no,
have some things
I want
to
you
do.
to do one thing. I want you to do one thing for me, will you?
Put that shirt back on.
We'll talk about it either on my channel or yours.
I'm here by a pool. Why would I have my shirt
Oh, you dirty shit.
Why?
I wish I had a pool.
Jump in there with your phone in your hand. Let me see what God does.
We only have lakes in Kentucky.
I can do a backflip for you, but you got to give me $20 out of your super chat that you got.
Well, I don't give a shit.
the connection isn't so good, Lupin. I'm sorry.
No backflip for you then. Okay.
You're not getting.
Hey, one question though. One thing. Will you look up one thing and discuss it with me?
I'm not going to make any promises.
Morality Lab. Will you look that up?
Maybe, maybe not.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. You can shoot.
Yeah, oh yeah. What is this, Lupin? Somebody said that you did that yesterday for free. And now you're going to charge $20 for a backflip.
You dirty bastard!
Hey, this is America. She got it on sale. You get full price.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry, that was for ladies. That was a ladies only thing.
Well, get it off my soul.
Are those 4 girls that went to the hospital because they went blind? We need to go there and lay hands on those ladies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've demonstrated to us, Lupin, that you're unwilling to even look at the natural assertions for how these things work, and rather assert your own beliefs as truth. And
okay, well, I say
even
you're
when
demonstrating
confronted
you're being
with facts,
dishonest because I just said I might look it up.
I didn't call you dishonest just now. What I'm saying is,
you said you demonstrated that I'm dishonest.
Can I finish, please?
Yeah, but I'm not going to sit here and get attacked.
Okay, nobody's attacking you.
Yeah,
I'm not attacking you.
You're attacking my character, but it's okay.
I'm not attacking your character. I'm telling you. I asked you if you would look something up, and you said maybe, maybe not. I asked you if you checked other things, and you said no. I already know the answer. So I'm just pointing that out. Is all I'm saying. Now we've asked you about several things, and I've asked if you would check these things out, and you refuse to. And this is what I said in the beginning of the stream: is whenever you assert that you have a God that already is the answer to everything, you stifle any ability to learn anything new. And I feel sorry for you for that.
Okay, well, I feel sorry for your soul, because if you deny Christ, then I'm sorry, you'll be evaporated.
Well,
and
when you see my soul, let me know.
That's for an eternity.
However that goes.
Yeah, that's for an eternity. So, I don't know. Maybe if you want to have this discussion at a later time, we could look it up. But right now, I have more important things to do.
Backflips, yeah, dude, I got you.
Backflips.
If I had a pool, I'd be in that bitch too.
Yeah, honestly, who gives a crap about math whenever you got a pool and the sun is out?
Right. Who cares? Yeah, fuck it. All right.
So,
peace.
Take care. God bless, and I'm glad to hear that your doctor's appointment went well.
That I do appreciate, Lupin. Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Later.
Holy fuck.
That was interesting.
All right.
Hey, Jen, how you doing?
Hey, Mage. I just want to high five you here. Thanks for coming in with the math. I knew whenever you showed up, I was like, oh, you're fucked now, because Mage has got the facts. Oh man, that was kind of funny.
That's what I love and miss about being a Christian. The love me or love him, or you're gonna burn mentality. I miss that. I can't wait to get that back.
I miss having conversations like that, like where I can absolutely point to why you're wrong and show you, and then demonstrate that you're unwilling to accept anything than your own beliefs. I love doing that, but there's not really any use to it, like I care about the community and stuff, and so I like to more interact with it. I don't know. Should I do more of that stuff? Because it was kind of fun. It was kind of funny. Somebody gave me $100.
Yeah, and you almost have to get $20 of it back for a backflip.
Yeah. Fuck him. I ain't giving him anything. Tell me you're unwilling to even fact check your own bullshit. Like, yeah, those numbers, he didn't do that math. He totally just repeated the same talking points that other young Earth creationists have used.
It's
that
all
don't
part
make
of
any
that script
and
that's going
his math
around.
was completely wrong anyway. All you have to do is round everything to a 10 scale, and you know that his math is wrong. Like, I digress. Sorry, Sage. This is about you today. How you doing, buddy?
Well, at least you got Sage's shirt off, I guess.
You got to witness me yelling at a creationist for a few minutes.
But that's one of the things that I had to kind of change. Looked over my past scripts, that I used to use when I was street preaching, and actually re-examine those and find out, all this is really false. So
yeah,
that's what I had to do.
Like that, that's the thing though that I like to do with when I'm talking to Christians is, okay, you want to assert this thing, right, that we know is false, but I'll go ahead and let you assert this thing. Then how do you explain what we actually see though with that thing? Like, how does that work into a model where we actually observe anything that you're claiming? And
it's really hard to get them to reflect,
Yeah. And that's what I was trying to do. I wasn't trying to be an asshole. I was trying to get him to realize why what he was saying was flawed.
You were trying to hold up a mirror.
Well, I was kind of being a dick too.
Yeah, it's pretty hard, to get that programming out. You're so tethered to the Bible.
I mean, whenever you ask somebody, hey, will you just look this up for me so we can talk about it? And they're like, no. It's like, okay, then what are we going to talk about then? There's nothing to talk about if you're unwilling to even look at what I'm saying. Like, and just like, how I brought up at the beginning that I went on his channel and we talked about evolution.
Yeah.
I completely crushed every point that they gave on there for like an hour and a half. It was just them. I would crush it. They would make another one. I would crush it. They would make another one. We did that for like an hour on evolution. And then they wanted to switch to cosmology and the speed of light and try to poke holes in that. And I was like, dude, am I expected to really know everything about everything here while you guys sit and make baseless assumptions? Like, you say, I have a book and it's right. And if you don't know everything there is to know about evolution and cosmology and geology and genealogy and all that, if you don't know all that, then I'm right. Like, it's fucking fucked. Sorry. Looping's a trip, dude. I can see your soul. I almost lost my shit, man.
Yeah, when he said that, I was like, he's going to have to confirm, how's he going to, I mean, how can you, it's almost like proving a negative.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just one of those things that just some Christians throw out there, but they can't prove it. They can't confirm.
And what was he even talking about with fossils? Like, what was he even going?
I'm not entirely certain.
Yeah, because it didn't even, he's like, oh no, it was all covered up in the flood, and that's just where he left it. Like, and we don't see fossils today, but that's a complete lie. We see things in all levels of fossilization, like partially to, I mean, we see rocks forming in all different ways, all over the place.
I didn't quite follow that. We don't see anything's fossilizing today, but things can fossilize very quickly. What? I didn't really follow that.
Then why wouldn't we see more fossils today, right? And he was saying, I think he's talking about like those videos where they dug up a Nokia phone. And
yeah, that's mineralization. That's not fossilization.
Yeah. and also it's not a organic life form. But it's like, and with the hydrologic sorting, well, yeah, the birds would be on top, but they're not. They're everywhere. And there's not even like, and every other place that there's birds, like there may be birds in top layers, but every place you see birds, they're different than the birds in the other layer. Why? And they're not sorted by density in any way whatsoever. We don't see that anywhere at all, ever. It's just something Kent Hovind says.
Yeah, he can't, different fossils take a different amount of time depending on the conditions of wherever it is,
Yeah.
So he can't just say everything's that young,
And let me tell you something. I completely destroyed him just now, okay? He doesn't know it, but I did. And I'm a dipshit. I don't know anything. Like, so what does that say? Never mind. That's a personal attack. But like, I'm just a dumb redneck from Kentucky. I'm not like, I know a little bit about a few things, and I've learned a lot from, if I've seen further than others, it's because I stood atop the shoulders of giants, Newton said, but it's, I don't know. I don't know where to go from there. But I want to thank everybody for coming and watching that. That was it was entertaining for me. I hope you guys liked it. I tried to be a little spicy with him on purpose because he deserved it. He went and made it.
Your new format's going about an hour.
Yeah, I know.
Well, sucker, you made him go long.
After I had the open panel the other day, like whenever I have a guest and I'm doing an actual just interview, I've already interviewed Sage, right?
Yeah.
So I figured he could come hang out with us on a panel and make,
And take his shirt off and debate.
Yeah, I had to take my clothes off today. That's a new one.
I ain't giving you $20 for that either.
Hey.
We might have to detract $20 for that.
Yeah.
Demonetization.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't get anything for that anyway, so it don't matter. If they demonetize my whole channel, it wouldn't mean anything other than, I mean, I got a super chat. They can't take that away. So after it's over, I don't get ad revenue or anything. So it's not, there's nothing for them to demonetize. I can say fuckity fuck poop shit all day long and it doesn't matter. But anyway, yeah, I think that what we just seen is, again, and I called it willful ignorance, and I think that's what it was. I think that he was unwilling to even accept the terms of reality. Instead, he wanted to make believe his own reality and then assert things that we do not observe because he wants to believe it's true, not because he wants to know anything about the if you get demonetized, they take super chat away and the algorithm hates you. They take your super chats? I didn't know they did that. But anyway, I'm not worried about that. But they it's like, it's obvious that there was like this, I'm going to believe this is true, and I'm not even going to listen to anything you say because I already know the truth, which is what we talked about in the opening of the show. Like it's
yeah, sometimes comfort and how they feel trumps, trying to, they don't want to ruin that comfort. I think that's what it is.
Yeah. Yet they turn around and say that about other people, right?
Right.
It's always projection. It's always, but he said, what was it? He said that I was doing mental gymnastics because I explained how something worked. because I told him the things we actually observe. It's mental gymnastics. I think that's one of those keyword things or something, but
buzzwords.
Yeah. Hey, anybody that wants to come on, there's a link pinned. You're welcome to. Just don't. Well, I ain't even gonna say it, but I didn't expect Lupin to join, honestly, because I figured he was still licking his wounds from the evolution talk that I had with him and his buddy. Yeah, how many atheists are here? Dude, you joined the stream. And also, I was just on his channel with him and his friend, whoever the hell that is, and it was each of them back and forth. Right. What about this? What about this? What about this? What about this? And I answered every question.
What about it?
Yeah. They didn't give a shit about anything other than trying to poke holes in the evolutionary model. And whenever I said, no, that's not how these things work, it goes like this. And it was just to the next thing. I don't care. Here's the next problem. I don't care. Here's the next problem. Unwilling to even consider any bit of truth in favor of make believe.
Well, it's the same thing when they talk about the fossil record and what's there. You don't have this link, so quote unquote missing link. Well, there it is right there. Well, you don't have the link between this one and that one. Yes, we do. Here it is. Well, you don't have on and on and on. So they keep moving the goalpost or whataboutisms, and you can't win.
And just Jimmy it's Snow, if you're watching, I'm available to come yell at people if Matt has a day off or something.
All right, I know how to hang up on people.
I'm just kidding. I don't care about being on the line. I could care less. I had an opportunity to ask to be on the line, and I didn't do it because I don't care. I mean, I would do it if they asked, but I'm not trying to or anything. I do enjoy doing that sometimes, though. Like, letting somebody claim whatever they want and then asking them why anyone should believe it's true. But
yeah, I think a lot of people got pissed off in this one tonight. I mean, I love Father Charles, or I call him Upchuck, but we're having a discussion, so I hope he wasn't mad. But I'm not going to let anybody else is going to sit there and I mean, he wouldn't just keep his mouth shut if somebody said something he didn't agree with, and I wouldn't expect him to. So I just hope he's not patterned. That whole group is.
I mean, one of the purposes of doing this is to correct the bad ideas put forth by religion and creationism. So if you're going to come to my channel during a stream and put forth bad ideas, whether it be in the chat or on the channel, I'm going to address those as they deserve to be addressed.
Hey, I think I got you a lead. Someone's a screamer on the line, huh?
Oh, cool.
Not that I know how to rule an asteroid, but I've seen them a few times, and even in my trivia.
I don't think the line will ever be interested in having me do that. I don't think that I'm the right fit for that. I mean, I can do it, but it's like I just don't think that I mean, I'm aware of the quality of what I do. So, because to me, it's not really about that. I am trying to make a nicer place and stuff for you guys to have a better visual and better production quality. But that's just for you guys. It's not because I'm trying to be something special. I do want to get 1,000 subscribers just because that's a cool goal to have. But it's not.
I think everyone has their own lane, within the atheist community. So
I like hanging out.
Do the best at what you do, and
mine's a slow lane.
Yeah, it's honestly just came at it from a professional stance, have everything laid out and be prepared. Yeah. No, I agree. I mean, if it was, and I don't behave the same way on other people's channels that I behave on mine,
I can't say the same.
Yeah.
I get them run off on either channel, no matter where I'm at.
Yeah.
And I don't try to, but I got that one sorted out, though.
I know that my style of addressing bad ideas isn't the average or whatever. But because I like to give them a little leeway. I like to say, okay, let's accept that that's true. Now explain why this is the case. You know, if that's true, why does this other thing not fit together with that? And I like to try and let them do that. So because it's fun to watch them squirm, because they're expecting an answer of no, evolution is small changes over time and blah blah blah. That they're expecting that standard answer. So whenever I give them a question back where they have to think about it, then it just completely fucks up their whole plan. You know, whenever I first started doing live streams, I had Daniel on a couple times, and the reason I was so nice,
I miss Daniel.
Yeah, the one time that I pushed back on Daniel, he just up and quit. You know, but the reason I was cool with it took me months to get him to even come on. So it was, you know,
and months to chase him off.
Yeah, I didn't want to do it that way. With Lupin, on the other hand, first of all, the little shit went and made a video like calling me out, saying that I didn't show up to his channel and tagged me in it and all kinds of shit. And that was it didn't like piss me off, and I don't think his intent was to piss me off, but it's like, you know, I felt like he was trying to call me out or whatever. Then I go to his channel and I was perfectly nice, agreed not to cuss and everything else. And, you know, I explained, you know, why things were the way they are to all their answers. And then you come back with some other bullshit and I explain it again, and you refuse to even address the truth of the matter, you know.
Oh, that's what I heard. Right, I heard some popping going. I was like, "Who? What the hell's that?" Then you got them. Well, I wonder if, I mean, to me, whether they believe in evolution or not, and most, well, yeah, majority of Christians do believe in.
Whether they accept,
agree. Yeah, that's what I have in that stupid word in my head. But it's not a salvation issue, and I don't know why they fight so hard against evolution. You know, it's not like having the right Jesus or, you know, something like that, but they turn it into like, oh my gosh, if you don't believe in creationism, you're going to hell anyway.
Yeah, right. What do you think, Jimmy?
I think a lot of things.
Hey, Tux.
Hi, good afternoon, all.
Bow ties are cool.
Yeah, bow ties are cool. I have dyslexia, so I just want to clarify something. Does Lupin have some learning disabilities or anything like that? Is it?
As far as I know, he's just young.
He's just young. Okay.
Yeah, I think. You know, I haven't been around him all that much, but I can't take much of that side when I'm over there.
He looks like he's real young. So
yeah,
I think maybe
with moves.
Okay.
I do too. So,
like the level of ignorance, you know, it's pretty profound. Like there's plenty of places you can find out the information and see if somebody told you that the Bible is true, but you didn't check it out, but you're willing to ignore that the distance between the moon and the time it takes for it to get a little farther away each year can be calculated and verified, and see which side of the fence is either trying to snow job like he thinks you all were, or vice versa.
Yeah.
We can tell. As far as I can tell, the Federal Reserve puts out what is money. They don't tell us what is fake money. They only show us what is real money. And as far as I can tell, Jesus did not do that. He didn't do anything. He didn't send out anything like the Federal Reserve does. He just let us have copies of copies of copies of copies. And that's somehow good enough.
Yep.
Earl gifted 10 memberships. Thank you so much, Earl. You're
way to go, Earl.
Yeah,
wow.
Thank you. I'll go look and see who got those in a second.
Earl's the best. We love Earl.
What? Drama. Let's see. looks like PC got a membership, Sydney Raptor, Big D, Carrie Ann Crossler, Yahooligan, Ember, Paraspera at Astra, Tilting Windmill, Aaron Reese, Toto Now. All got memberships. Welcome.
Oh,
everybody.
cool.
Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah, Big D don't get a membership. Nobody does. You know what happens if you don't get the D?
Oh boy,
Yeah.
we're talking about
The D. That's
We're-
all we're talking
the D.
about. The D.
we're
not
we're talking about
game.
we're talking about my
Cash
baseball
back.
mug, right?
We ain't talking about practice. We're talking about cash back.
I have
I don't know if you guys got that
These-
Kevin Hart.
these are my
going.
beer mugs, which are made out of baseball bats, former
Baseball
baseball bats. Yeah,
Oh,
$50
wow.
off
But-
here.
I trust me when I say I only use them for phallic information. That's all.
Uh-oh.
Almost
Yeah.
expensive to
People
get
are in love
around.
with your radio voice.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to start talking in a deeper voice too. Because
I don't
people
know.
like that.
I have
Hey,
a perfect
everybody,
voice for
welcome
this
to Kentucky
microphone. That's all I
Atheist.
can
Today
say.
But if
we
you
have
talk like
two
this,
stuff.
Joe, you can't look like the monkey at the same time.
Oh, my.
Monkeys don't talk that way.
Lisa the rainbow giraffe.
I
Thank
love
you for
that.
this voice. My voice was given to me by Lisa. I did not have this voice until Lisa came along. It is a miracle.
Or hand.
We've got Skeptic coming up as
More
a guest
him.
on the show.
Oh yeah, I
Oh.
have gotten to meet him in real life. Actually,
Another Kentucky Atheist.
yes,
Oh, okay.
yes.
You ever talk to him about coming to the Six, or has that even been broached yet? That topic.
I thought we scheduled it. Did we not? It's on
No,
my
I'm-
calendar.
I'm talking about the protest in
All right.
July.
Oh yeah. I don't know, but I guess I should tell everybody what that is while we've got an audience here, right?
Well, let me get Lupin in here. He wants to go. Hold on.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
boy,
Yeah.
But he's going to have to have his shirt on.
I have to make a run to this Salvation Army. So, do some donation of clothes, goods, and bedding. I believe.
Cool.
So the Ark Encounter protest will be the weekend of July 6th. There's a group of people that I suggested come and hang out, and we all go down together. We can kind of organize and do that over the weekend. And there's there's hotels and activities to do here and stuff. And I just figured we make a weekend thing out of it for anybody that wanted to, and do the show live from me and Azho together live from the conference room of one of the hotels or whatever. And I just thought it would be a fun thing to do since I live close to where the Ark Encounter is. For people who wanted to maybe have to, they didn't want to just drive down here and drive back. They could, if you could do it. And I can't guarantee at that moment, what the channel will be producing, but if you're wanting to do it and there's some issue or something, let me know. I'll try to help out. But anyway, we just wanted to make a weekend of it, and so I hope everybody can join us. It's going to be a great time. Thank you for coming.
You sound like you got punched in the gut and you're trying to talk in that last few words. Thanks for coming. And I'll be here next week too.
Oh, that is wealth of laughter right there.
We have fun here.
I'm going to take off.
The opposite direction. You'd be really
Earl, we used to donate to a white elephant type of for a women's shelter, and after COVID, they got really funny about their donations. So the next closest is Starvation Army. So that's why we go there.
Awesome.
My apologies.
I actually do a small church thrift shop here when I donate, because I don't do Goodwill, because it's like giving them product to make a product.
Mm-hmm.
To me, not that I don't go in there sometimes, but no, I give it to the local ones, because I know they have especially cancer groups going on, and things like that, and I'll support that, not the religion, obviously.
All the small ones around here are church run.
Right, that's what it is here too. I'm in Indiana. Where else other than Goodwill? And I won't do Salvation Army either myself, but
I've been thinking
Lord.
about doing all that too soon.
Just got a
Yeah,
new subscriber.
yeah, I'm thinking
Lord
about donating all my
Dis-
shirts to Lupin. Maybe
I got-
get one on him.
Yeah, I got an ever-growing pile of stuff I need to get rid of.
I do too. No Goodwill for Goodwill. No.
All right. Well, I will
Lord.
try to get there in July. I cannot make a promise though. It's my
Well,
dad lives in Kentucky, so I'll probably make it a thing where I go there and then visit my dad. And so
Yeah.
if it works out, it works out. If it doesn't, oh well. I
Well,
would love
even
to
if
see you, Joe.
If you come through, holler
And
at
Azho.
me, and yeah, even if you come through
And
at
Lord
some other
Descent.
time, holler at me,
Look
and
at that.
we'll have lunch or something.
I would love to.
Yeah, for sure. I know that Eastern, like Ashland, Kentucky, is probably going to be out of the way for wherever you're going, but
I will come and meet Earl.
She's
Yeah,
always
yeah.
a puddle around you.
yeah, we're gonna.
I don't
think
know.
it's-
I think she's got lots of boyfriends and girlfriends around
She
the
does.
interwebs. So
She just
I
doesn't
don't-
like anybody.
until she says it's going to be exclusive, I just can't do that.
Yeah, you might want to mention that to your wife, Jimmy.
I know. Until I can say it's exclusive, then I just can't do that.
Yeah, but what does
Hopefully-
Mrs. Tuck say?
Hopefully, I don't
Mrs.
have
Tuck
to
says
explain-
no. She says, "Have you
Hopefully, I
seen?
don't have
Have you
to-
seen
oh,
Jimmy's
sorry.
baseball bats? He's going to shove it up his."
Hopefully, I don't have to explain taking
That's
my
what
clothes
pegging
off on
is.
Stranger
Oh, I
Days.
got it.
I'm a big Cubs fan. Let me tell you, Mrs. Tuck
Yeah, but not
loves the
that-
Cubs.
But not that big of one. Oh, they don't go in there. Sedate.
That's funny. All right, cheers, guys. I just wanted to hop in. It's great to see Sage on again. He's one of my favorite guests of yours.
Yeah. Well,
Oh.
thank you.
Thank you. Cheers.
All right, cheers, all.
See you, Jimmy. Yeah, we adopted Sage. He's our resident atheist.
Well, yeah, I have some videos coming out soon, like probably next week.
What are you? What are you?
I'm trying
what
to
are
take my time.
Yeah. What can we expect if you want to give away those details?
Well, recently I did one with just addressing Frank Turek about hell, and then so I'm gonna elaborate on that, the judgment of God, about him, about Jesus dying for our sins, and why none of it really makes sense. So I'm gonna try to dive deeper into that, and also address some more of Torek's videos.
Yeah. I think, didn't I do one of the shitty response videos I did was about Frank Turek talking about hell. I think it was somebody talked about hell that I addressed.
Yeah.
But mine was just like it was awful, actually. That's why I quit doing response videos. That may have been the one that I only published to Patreon, actually. So
Yeah, Nara was the big Frank Turek dude. I haven't seen him for a minute.
I used to be a big fan of Frank Turek, but once you look back on all the, when you look back on apologetics, after you've left the faith, it's like, why did I believe this?
Yeah, when I was trying to fake it, I don't think I would have ever followed, because Frank Turek wasn't even known in my world back then. I mean, Josh McDowell, Sean McDowell's father, I've got many of his books still, a few other ones, but I just don't like his style whatsoever. And even as a trying to, fake it to make it sort of Christian, he nauseates me. Honestly, he's sick. And I think listening to him would probably turn me atheist, or at least got me to say the words a lot quicker if he was around for that.
But I wouldn't be surprised if Turek all of a sudden deconstructed.
No, there's no way. Too much money in it for him.
I know there's money in it. But
He might be atheist now
probably
for all,
already,
to be honest, but
he's probably already deconstructed.
Yeah.
Because, kind of squeezing everything out until, sometimes people stick around, especially when their pocketbook is, chained to what they do. So,
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Well,
What does Madge only talk when we need numbers and math?
what? Oh, well, I guess my antics today. We now need 24 subscribers.
Yeah, I saw that. And I'm surprised it's not 54.
Deuces.
Yeah, he'll be on $9.99 for the rest of his life.
Yeah. Yeah. Jesus Christ, stop. My phone for some reason beeps twice every time I get one text message. So I just
I'll
got
start texting you.
5 and they
I can probably tell you who they're from.
oh look,
It's not me.
Sugary just subscribed to you, Sage.
oh, thank you, Sugar.
Awesome. Well, I
That'd
know
be another
that
$100 for introducing him to you, Sugar.
but
What do you mean you need 25 more subs? Oh,
I
Sugar.
know that
Hoven's been around for a long time.
Yeah.
I know that we talked about a lot of, different things before everything went off the rails and I started screaming at people. But so,
Just tell me you're having a heart attack or something.
I mean, it was fun, right, Sage? I mean, you had fun, right?
That's why we pay Joe the big bucks. That's
Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't get them. Although I just got 2 raises.
Yeah.
I thought this was a great discussion and a great, stream. So
Well,
I had an
good.
awesome time. So
Yeah, I love being able to do these where I can just have people come and talk and whatever, and I like to be able to have guests that are cool, with me just opening it up and letting everybody come in, and sometimes you don't know what's going to happen. I knew whenever I seen Lupin in the thing, I was like, here we fucking go. But I even told Azho, I said, go ahead and add him, go ahead. And but yeah, so
well, if you made me a co-producer, I could have made that decision by myself.
but I need to come on more often, so I'm gonna try to
not
show
today.
up.
Yeah. Not today, Azho. I'll tell you in a little bit.
Okay. Man, you wouldn't make me head mod. I don't understand that one. You don't let me.
You're stirring a shit pot and don't even know it. So chill.
Oh, I know it.
No, you don't even. You don't.
I know. Oh, I bet you I do, because I probably got the same text you got.
Oh, well, that's possible too. Oh, come on now. You're draining his bank account, Azho. You're killing the guy. Thanks, Sugary. $20, super chat.
20? We throw 20s in the trash. We wanted like a 50. No, I'm kidding. That's spectacular, Sugary.
Yeah.
Well, he'll show me. Bam.
That's more generous. $20 is even more generous than I would ever expect anybody to.
Oh yeah, so, for sure.
What's do you know anything about that?
Don't know them.
Hey, Mr. British, send me a message in the private chat real quick. And because I don't know who you are, and I'm not just putting
hi doesn't do it, Mr. Okay, how are you?
Because I didn't even see you in the chat or anything.
Yeah, especially with Bubble Gum around, he has no ethics and a total idiot, so it's hard telling. Not that Mr. British is Bubble stupid, but
sorry.
But yeah, I need to pop on more often, so I'm gonna try to do that.
Yeah, you're welcome anytime. And are you a member?
Am I a member? No, not on the.
So, and I'm not trying to tell you to be. I mean, we do have them for 99 cents. But what I'm saying is, I do. because I can't always open up all of these streams like this.
Right.
My member streams, I'm kind of just doing like everybody can come on and talk about whatever. And I was on for like 4 hours the other day, and we had a great conversation.
Sugary, hold on for a second, Joe, or Sugary, you know who Mr. British is?
Yeah.
I mean, good. Obviously, that's not a good OG, not Mr. British, but
What I'm saying is, if I bring you on, are you here to talk? Or are you here to here? We'll just do it. I don't care.
or porn.
What's
That's
up,
what I was
Mr.
worried about.
British?
Porn bombing you. He just wants to talk, just like my ex-wife.
Hi, how are you all?
Good. How's it going?
Doing good.
Yeah, good, thank you. Who's this Sugary? Oh, geez, not Mr. British.
Oh,
He's our sugar daddy.
Yeah, our sugary daddy.
Sugary daddy. There we go.
How are you all doing?
Good. How's it going? I haven't met you
Hello.
before.
Yeah, no, well, I've been watching your channel. You all have interesting discussions. So
I'm glad you enjoy it. I sometimes worry that I ramble and just go off on tangents and nobody wants to watch it or whatever. So I really appreciate that you find some of it interesting. I try to talk about topics in a way that they're not covered every single day,
yeah, well, thank you for letting me on.
Oh yeah, sure. I'm assuming you're British.
And you're male.
Well, I'm assuming you're American.
No,
Yeah, no.
you're
I'm
Kentuckian. That's not part of the U.S. anymore.
Where are you from? Texas?
Yeah, Indiana, Texas. Yeah. No, I'm from
Nice.
Indiana. It's just above Kentucky, actually, on the map if you ever look.
Yeah.
Why's it got to
yeah.
be above us?
Because we're better
What are
than
you
you.
saying? I'm below you? Is that what you're getting at?
Obviously, you're the one that had guy in your mouth. Drink time.
Let's see if he's still back there. Hold on.
Yeah, let's see. So, yeah,
So
he's
do you
still
all-
waiting on you.
He's still there.
You're still there, little ball.
Do you all not believe in God?
No, sir.
No.
I believe in God. He doesn't believe in me.
Oh,
Yeah.
you believe in God, Azho.
Yeah, but he doesn't believe in me. He doesn't believe in atheists, from what I hear. No, go ahead. I'm kidding. I'm an atheist.
That's
I'm in that
interesting.
joking mode, so I'll let Joe be the smart one again.
Yeah, everyone on stage here, except for you, I'm guessing, is an atheist.
Yeah.
And Madge is just borderline atheist. He just knows the math. That's why we keep him around.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm an atheist.
No, I know you are.
Don't you go spitting out any math on us here, Mr. British, because Mage will stomp you into the
He just
dirt.
stomp you in the ground. He got a calculator.
I'm just joking, man.
Not
No, for real.
necessarily.
So I don't know how much of this show you've seen and stuff, but my interaction with Lupin, there's a history there, first of all, and I'm always open to having honest discussions with anyone that wants to have them. So if there's some issue you want to talk about, you don't have to be like, I'm not going to jump on you or anything like I did him. He had it coming.
Yeah. No, I just always wonder with atheists, where do you derive your morals from?
Society's best interest in ours. That's my short version.
Human well-being.
Yeah,
Is it all subjective?
absolutely.
Yeah.
No such thing as objective morality, in my opinion, but that differs from atheist to atheist.
Even if you assert a God, and like especially whenever you assert a specific God, you're not making an argument for objective morality. You're still asserting subjective morality.
Right. When you choose God, you're actually, you're making a decision that God is good, which is arbitrary within it.
So you Joey, you said human well-being.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the only
factor. There's
many things that promotes
so
societies.
I'll just give you my position that way we can, so I usually adopt the humanist position. that which is good for humans and flourishing is good, and that which is harmful to humans and stifles flourishing or civilization is bad.
So what if they come?
I'm sorry, you cut out there.
I said, what if the ideas of who flourishes, what if they conflict with two atheists, for example?
Well, it's overall well-being, the greater good for humans in general.
And even from a selfish perspective, that's beneficial to the self, because you then you're living in that world. Well,
Yeah, because you're part of that society.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But even two people of faith can still, disagree on what is right. So
yeah, right. Yeah, there's no. That's why it's all subjective, right? Because there are certain things that we know are completely harmful to human flourishing.
Like what? Like what?
Well, murder and theft and.
But murder is
sex
a
crimes
specific. Murder is a specific legal definition.
Right.
What is inherently harmful?
Inherently harmful?
What do you mean by inherent?
Well, the person's losing their life.
Yeah.
No,
if you're going around just killing people, that doesn't promote a successful society. That stifles it.
Yeah, but
that's bad for humans.
Is what about killing people, right? In a context of war, is that a bad thing?
I think wars are immoral altogether.
You think it's immoral altogether?
War? Yes.
Yeah. So what if an invading nation came onto the land of America? What would you do?
That invading nation is immoral. and to defend
it's immoral,
yourself.
But what would you do?
So self-defense.
Would you not try and neutralize the threat?
Right. Self-defense is in the interest of human flourishing and society. So if you don't,
would that involve
yourself,
killing? Would that involve killing people?
So pacifism is harmful in that case. I don't. And that's why this is all subjective, because there's certain conditions, and I'm assuming you're a Christian.
No, I'm not Christian.
Okay. Well, whatever God you're getting your morality from, has situations where it doesn't apply. I'll use the Christian example because I don't know in your case, and it's the one I'm most familiar with. But when the Ten Commandments says thou shalt not murder or unjustified killing or however you want to word it, and then go kill everybody, their children, their animals, and all that, it was unjustified to kill babies and stuff, but yet that was what they were ordered to do. So that God decided against the rules that were set. So it's still a subjective thing.
To be honest, if you're talking as an atheist and we're having a discussion about where you derive your moral principles from, I think going to scripture or whatever is just it's kind of a defeatist argument, isn't it?
Well, it was a red herring. I agree because it did. I was trying to give an example rather than making an argument, though.
No, but my question.
If you want me to make an argument for subjective morality, I can do that.
No. If you remember my initial question, I said, you gave an example, killing is bad, right? But then I gave you examples of where, in certain circumstances, say such as an invading nation, and you use the word self-defense, then it's morally justifiable.
Right, because that's what.
No, I still wouldn't really necessarily consider it to be moral.
Right. It's subjective, and that's what you're actually just demonstrating there.
Yeah, it might be justifiable, but it might not necessarily be immoral.
Yeah, that's true.
So nothing has a moral value. Is that what you're saying?
That's
It
not what I'm
depends.
saying.
It depends on the goal, I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you can attach a moral value if there's a goal.
Well, intention.
Well,
So one of the things I say on this channel a lot is I don't care what you believe. I care about what you do with what you believe, which I stole from Stephanie Helms. But
That's fair. That's fair.
and so it's intention for me. It's what is your intent? If your intent is to, kill people because they believe something different than you, then yeah, that's immoral. If you're killing people because they're trying to kill you and you're defending yourself,
right.
I mean, self-preservation isn't immoral.
Right. So now you're saying it depends on intention. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, what is your intent when you're doing these things? If the
Because
intent is,
atheists don't have a book of rules. We
Yeah.
can decide as we go.
yeah,
This is the thing that's concerning, because it's so arbitrary. You're just
But-
basically making it up as you go along. Is that
But
what you're
God-
saying,
well,
Dave?
But God doesn't.
No.
human thoughts and feelings are not arbitrary, though.
It is. I mean, arbitrary in the nature of you're making it up as
That's
Dave
where
said,
morals. That's where morals come from.
Right.
That's where they came from.
Right.
People just decided to do things. So they're arbitrary, but that's how they come about.
I don't think human thoughts and feelings are arbitrary at all. I think that that's the basis for our morality, is what people feel like is harmful, and whether it's harmful to a flourishing society or helpful. And humans used to walk around and be hunter-gatherers, and as they organized into societies, they figured out that it wasn't right to kill each other and everything else if they wanted to survive as a society.
And if you have another society trying to kill your society, then you need to. Then again, you have to protect your society. Then, right?
It's necessary for modern civilization.
Now, it's a horrible. It would be a horrible thing. You have to be pushed to the point where you have to kill somebody else in order to preserve yourself, because they're going to kill you. That's a horrible situation.
Do you accept that biblical scripture has had a profound effect on Western society and laws?
Our language, for sure.
Society, yes. Laws, no.
Correct.
So Dave, you don't think that the Judeo-Christian values have had an effect on laws?
No.
Yeah. We've had slavery.
First Amendment, any God you want. First commandment, you can only have one God. Pure rejection.
So there's two opposing views here. Dave's saying one thing and someone else is saying...
Yeah, we only agree on one thing.
Right.
I'm agreeing with Dave.
Yeah.
If you go with the 10 commandments, let's take the 10 commandments. 2 of them are laws. That's 2 out of 10. That is just not following that. And
are you all agreeing? Are you all agreeing with Dave then?
Hold on, I'd like to ask a question.
I agree with Dave that the Bible is not the basis for our laws, and that they existed before the Bible.
Right.
I agree.
I've got a question for you before you. So you say you're not a Christian, but I'm taking it you are a follower of the Bible, and that's what separates you between a Christian, I'm guessing?
Nope.
Then I'm going to ask, what do you believe, or how do you label yourself?
Yeah, that's
because I mean, that's like you're assuming that all atheists believe the same thing, but I, as an atheist, can't assume that you believe the same thing as a Christian or an Islam or a Buddhist.
No, I haven't assumed that atheists believe in the same thing. I'm just saying on that particular point about laws being derived from Judeo-Christian values, do you all agree with that, what Dave said?
What do you accept?
No.
And where do you get what you accept?
And I think you can show that. I think you can show
because the majority of the world has similar laws against the same major things like killing and stealing, and
so
they didn't have the Judeo influence. So it's still a minority.
It would be more correct to say that the Judeo laws were derived from the laws of Hammurabi.
Judeo laws were derived from where? Sorry.
Or the Chinese. Or the Chinese.
From where, Joe? Sorry, I didn't get you.
from pre-existing laws.
Yeah.
From pre-existing laws.
Yeah. So to say that if something is derived from them when they're completely contingent on laws that existed at the time is
what can you give some example of those?
So during the time that the laws were laid out and things, it's awful suspicious that the countries in that area all had pretty much the same laws, or they had laws about the same stuff. And
can you give some examples?
The laws of Hammurabi is the one that I pointed out.
Hammurabi.
Hammurabi, yeah.
Hammurabi. Sorry, I've never heard of that.
It's a hard one. It's a very famous thing, the laws of Hammurabi, because it's a lot of the same stuff. So even whenever we talk about like how the Bible describes slavery and stuff, other countries had laws similar to that at the same time before that. So it seems it would be more rational to make the conclusion that they looked at how laws are set up for societies and they based it off of that.
Right. So let's just take a specific law. I am assuming you're all Americans, right?
Nope.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
I'm a Kentuckian.
We don't like to admit it much these days.
Yeah.
There's a
it's
link.
fine.
There's a link for the Code of Hammurabi in the chat if you want to catch that and copy it or whatever. It's pretty interesting, honestly.
Is it in the chat? Did you say?
Yeah, Pragmatic Crystal. Yeah,
that one right there.
Okay, yeah, I'll have a read about it. Actually,
yeah.
You see, when you come on to these channels, you learn one new thing. It's nice.
Yeah, no, and that's my whole goal. It's not to be mean to people or anything like that. I want to, like, if we're talking about something and I have some idea of something that may better inform your decision or may better inform my position, then I want to know that and I want to share it with anyone I can. That's the whole idea of it.
Yeah, I don't deny Christian influence. Yeah, I don't deny Christian influence across Europe, and then it spread over here to the States and stuff. But again, most of the world, though, it didn't spread to. So it's a minority. And if you want to take the 10 Commandments, again, only 2 out of the 10 are laws. That's a minority. If you want to go out of the 613 rules, again,
very
most believers, you got to find somebody really, like a monk somewhere that's actually following all those. So
even then,
again, it's a minority. So that's my opinion, is that its influence is minor because only minor parts have had an influence as far as globally goes. And those things obviously didn't come from the Bible because parts of the world existed before the Bible, and they had similar things against don't kill people and don't steal.
Did it have anything pertaining to homosexuality?
We're not going to do that.
The Bible doesn't either.
But
there's been complete debunks that it's mistranslations. What they're actually talking about is assault on young people, which everybody agrees is bad, and it's been twisted and used against the LGBTQ, and it's not really in there. So this again is one thing where translations are a problem, and ignorance of the original writings is a big problem, and reading it in American is a big problem.
So were there laws in America that outlawed homosexuality?
Yeah.
And where was that derived from then?
I specifically don't know. I'm guessing
society,
from religions. Yeah.
So you're saying
religions are bigoted.
From religion.
Religions are bigoted and sexist, and
no, but
they're terrible against children. They're just
particular
awful.
law was derived from religion.
We were talking about
there are some laws that have been pushed through.
That's a cultural influence, but it's also been corrected.
But not all
let me
laws
interject real quick, guys. So we were talking. I thought we were talking about the laws that our country were founded with. Now
Well,
there is
you
a
can use
religious
slavery.
population.
Yeah, you can use slavery. We don't have it anymore. So correcting things doesn't. You can't go back and use those things retro
and the Bible
against
was
us.
used both.
No, but my point was my initial point was that a lot of the laws in, say, for example, the UK and the US derive from Judeo-Christian values.
They derive from religious people, is what they derive
Well,
from.
again, though, you're only naming one or two, and there's literally hundreds of thousands of laws.
And
So,
if I correctly understand, you said no, they didn't. They weren't derived from there. They were derived from.
I clarified.
They're
There
derived
is
from
a
the beliefs of
minority.
fanatics.
There is a minority of them in our laws.
So there is an influence, albeit a minority.
There is an influence.
That's what I
from
tried to
religious
clarify.
people, but
Yes.
not their religion.
Yeah.
Yes. Because I also
Okay.
pointed out the First Amendment in this country is freedom of religion. Any God you want or none at all. The first commandment in the Bible is you can only have this God. So that's pretty much a clear rejection of religious law right there in the First Amendment.
And those religious-based laws we tend to have issue with.
And our Constitution also says the state will establish no religion. Again, they're not going to tell you what to believe in.
Let me say something real quick. You're saying they're derived from Judeo-Christian values, but what it really is that there is a number of religious people who come into power and want to assert their religion onto the law. And so, yes, there were laws made by religious people, but none of our system was ever set up to resemble the Bible or any other religion.
And a majority religion population and a majority religion politicians also have worked to get women's rights, civil rights, overturn slavery, equal rights for LGBTQ at the same time. So again, you're going back to a minority thing, and you're always going to have a minority of crappy people.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't accept that America is a Christian country?
No.
Not at all.
No.
Joe,
you could say culturally they are, but we're not.
Culturally, but not, like I say again, First Amendment. I'm going to say First Amendment every time.
Yeah, that's the foundation of our country was to escape from the oppression of religion. So it was actually founded in the against religious persecution. So
and even at a MAGA rally with hardcore Christian, supposedly quote unquote Christian nationalists that want Christianity and everything, when they pointed out a few things to them, they said, well, do you want to get rid of these people, this people, and everything? And then they said, well, no, because they said, well, no, because our Constitution says other religions can be here, and it's like, aha, see, it is in the back of their head somewhere. It is in the back of their head somewhere. That our Constitution that gives them the right to be Christians also gives the Jews and the Muslims and the Buddhists and everybody else, or the non-believers, the same protections, the same rights.
Yeah. I accept that America's a secular nation.
I say I was a cultural Christian. When people ask me my story, it's like I don't have a great deconversion story. That's why I don't get invited on all the shows to tell my great deconversion story, because I don't have one. Okay, I was a cultural Christian. We went to church on Sunday because the whole country used to shut down when I was a kid. Literally, stores and everything weren't open on Sunday mornings. Every family picked a church, usually locally. And that's what you did on Sunday mornings.
Did you believe in God, Dave?
Not any more than I did Santa Claus or anything else. I kind of outgrew it.
Oh, so you did believe it at one time?
Yeah, because, again, everybody's talking about it, and they're talking about it at church on Sunday, and you're just like, okay, there's a God. But I always questioned taking the Bible literally, because I also read Aesop's fables as a kid.
That's a really interesting word Joe used. Indoctrination.
I appreciate being given Aesop's fables. I credit that book a lot for showing me that a book telling you morals and lessons and stuff doesn't mean the animals actually talk.
Yeah.
So you essentially were indoctrinated to being a theist, and now you're an atheist.
Yeah.
I don't like any of those.
That's the story in a nutshell for me, anyway. That's not.
I will quote the Bible. When I was a child, I thought like a child. I thought like a child, and I did childish things. When I became a man, I put away childish ways.
So now you think like an adult.
I think now a lot of people will disagree with me, but I think Santa Claus, the Tooth Fairy, the Easter Bunny, things like these are part of a kid's imagination. I don't think it really harms anybody as long as it's not used nefariously. I mean,
they're not acting on those beliefs.
But,
well, if anybody needs me, I'll be in my pillow fort.
Okay.
And when you get older, you just realize that was fun when you were a kid, but it's not real. Just like when I played with toys and Hot Wheels and we got on our bicycles and built a ramp and thought we were Evel Knievel jumping over the Grand Canyon, or the Snake River Canyon. I mean,
so going back
you know,
to
just
want to bring it back to the initial question: where do you derive your morals from?
Sure.
Are you saying essentially that your idea of morality is entirely subjective?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't believe in objective.
I can find an exception.
You don't believe in objective,
I can find an exception to any moral dilemma. There's always an exception. Like you were saying earlier, there's self-defense. Don't kill, but there's self-defense, right? There's always these.
My morality is based on what improves overall well-being for humans.
And there are things that are objectively bad for overall well-being.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. But
so
we should strive to do the least harm. We cannot be perfect. Nothing is 100%. You can't expect perfection. Bad things are still going to happen, but we can do things like these people that live in earthquake zones build the house so that it doesn't fall on them and kill them, right? So we can work towards bettering everything for everyone without expecting a miracle and everything's just going to be great.
At Joe at the moment, and something's popped up in my head. So is smoking morally good or bad?
Neither.
It would be. It's my choice to smoke myself.
Is it morally right or wrong for the?
I would say
it's probably.
I would say there's probably an immoral part to it.
That's a false dichotomy, though, Mr. British. You know, it's not one or the other. It could be something else, also.
I think.
Such as.
Well, personal choice and the greater good are two different arguments too.
Yeah. I think.
What
because you want yes
Joe?
or no, but neither is also the answer. Is what I was getting at for that, by the way.
You could make the argument that me smoking, especially if I do it around other people, is immoral. I mean, you could I definitely say that. I mean, I would agree.
But there again, what have we done? We've arranged for no smoking areas, right? So when you go out to eat, you can sit in an area where you don't have to be bothered by it. And if you want to smoke, you can smoke in your own house, and that's still, kind of a protected thing, just like anything else. Drinking, eating. What about sugar? Sugar is killing a lot of people, right? Is it immoral to have sugar? Well, everybody likes to have a dessert now and then, right?
You can make the argument that it is, but it's not. that's why these things are subjective, though. That's
Right.
exactly why.
Yeah.
'Cause-
Again, but I would say
well, that exactly proves my
sugar's
point,
bad,
right?
but don't
Because-
eat it all the time, right?
Because
And if you
one-
save it,
We've all agreed that it's subjective, though. I mean,
Yeah,
outside of you, I mean,
if you save any of these things like drinking, smoking, sugar, any of these things are bad for special occasions, then I would say it's not really immoral because you're balancing out the harm to the body by not doing it all the time.
yeah.
Yeah. So
Again, it would be subjective.
using the
Amount also
restroom is
matter.
not a moral proposition.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We've gotten
everybody
the attention
poops.
of
Oh
Otangelo
my!
now.
Ay.
Everybody poops.
Tangerine.
Go ahead. Put him on.
Oh no.
Go ahead.
Who does a Kermit impersonation?
Who's here?
So,
I got it.
Fine.
I got it.
Oh, Tangelo.
What's up?
Hi guys.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, thanks.
How you doing, Otangelo?
Doing good.
Otangelo and I don't agree on the shroud, but holy
Shroud is
moly,
real.
we got like hail or something coming down.
Yeah, it got wild here for a minute.
Well, the sun's out here for now.
So real quick though, before we get into talking about whatever you want to talk about, Otangelo, let me because I think Mr. British was trying to still ask something. Is that correct?
well, yeah. I mean, we've established that, atheist moral compass is based on the subjective, and it's arbitrary in essence.
I think we've established that all human morals are based on
Yeah.
subjectiveness.
Yeah.
Well, not for the theists. The theists, they believe in scripture, right?
Well, I mean, just because you make up something to ground it in doesn't mean that that's what applies
Yeah,
to
but
you.
it's mind independent in a sense.
No.
No,
is
that's
it
an
more,
assertion.
wait, how is it more moral to have the morals dictated to you?
Right.
Yeah.
Say again.
How is it more moral to have your morals dictated to you?
Well, that's if you rely on the premise that something is inherently right and wrong.
Which is what the Bible says.
Anyway, I don't want to labor that point.
Okay.
Just the when I talk about the smoking issue, we all appreciate that there is a freedom of choice. No one can be coerced to do anything, and we don't want to conflate that with the idea that something is inherently right or wrong. And
If I choose to
for
smoke and harm
atheists-
myself, it doesn't mean you have to be around it, right?
Say again.
If I choose to smoke and harm myself, it doesn't mean that you have to be around it. You
No,
have
but
a
is that
choice.
act in itself inherently immoral because you're harming yourself?
Inherently, again, no, I don't think so.
So you don't think it's harming yourself?
No, it is harming myself. I mean, we've determined that. But you're saying, is it inherently immoral? And I don't think the word inherently there is what.
Okay,
I have to-
let's take the word inherently out. So it's harming yourself.
Yes,
That's
that's an
but
objective
you're
fact.
still. It's not an objective fact.
That it's
if
harmful.
we're-
Yes, it is.
It's not an objective fact. If we're going to be,
Here's the
scientific
thing.
about it.
Here's the thing. Okay, what's worse? Have the ability.
If you
hold on.
accept, Joe, hold up 1 second, Joe. If you accept, and I accept your idea of objective fact, then in the same sense and the same breath, you have to accept that theists have an objective set of morals in form of scripture.
I think that theists, if you agree among theists that those are your morals and you're using scripture to do it and you're consistent, which you're not, then I think you could say it's an objective set of morals for theists if they all agree to observe those, but they don't. So
Yeah, but
and nobody
we
does.
shouldn't judge.
Nobody
We shouldn't.
follows the morals laid out in the Bible because you would be locked up in prison for it. Because
I agree with you in a sense. I agree with you. I think we're making progress. I agree with you in a sense that you've accepted that, yes, that is an objective set of morals, but you shouldn't judge the religion just by those who practice it.
It's not the religion, it's the book. The book is wrong. I don't have a problem with believers at all. It's what you do with your belief. If you use your belief to go and spread hate and do awful things,
well, I think there was a comment that was put up.
Can't support any existence for, then yeah, I think that's shitty.
I think that's why I'm being very careful. You know, someone's popped up a comment by It's Sage about objective morality, but in the same, if you don't accept objective morality, you cannot in the same breath say there are objective facts.
That's not true. Because objective has a definition. And
what is your right, let's go into this because this is really important.
So
what's your definition of objective?
Of your opinion.
What's your definition of objective?
Objective is that which is independent of opinion. It holds true no matter what you think about it.
Okay, and what's your definition of a fact?
Facts are those things that comport with reality. And
so
what comports with a fact is that
a fact comports with reality.
Yes, those things that are true.
Right. Yeah.
How do you know it's true?
Because it comports with reality.
You see,
we're going to go in circles on this because you're trying to get something that you're not going to get from it.
Well, to go outside from the self, you would go to a consensus. So, check yourself, you would go around and
let's focus on this.
Back into solipsism.
Well, let's say 2 + 2 is 4, and somebody says you're wrong. And then it's like, well, then let's everybody get together. And then when you get almost everybody in the entire world that agrees, no, 2 + 2 is 4, and this one person that's saying is 5 is obviously wrong.
Right.
As best as we can do. As best as we can do.
Right.
So it is that
true.
By definition, what you're
it's not totally on the consensus, but it's what comports to reality.
Yeah, what is reality? And what is reality when it comes to the example we use, smoking, is that it is harmful and it does cause cancer. And we know those things from not only a scientific...
Is it a scientific fact?
Yeah, it holds true in all cases.
So my question
that we've observed.
My question...
Well, absolutely not. Because if you, I just playing devil's advocate.
Well, again, a fact in science though is going to be by consensus. So you can always find some people that don't agree, but science has gone by what the consensus is.
Science is based on induction and deduction. Okay.
Well, I'm talking about what science would call a fact.
Joe,
gravity is a fact. Gravity is a fact because almost all the scientists will agree that there's enough evidence to say gravity is a fact.
Nonsense that made me want to make "Don't Be a Philosophy" T-shirt because it's
Scientific conclusions, let's say, are ultimately by consensus. It's not by what one scientist says. It's by all the other scientists fact-checking them, peer-reviewing them, and agreeing enough to say that's as best as we can know because all these best minds agree on it.
So you're saying if all scientists agree, then it must be a fact?
No,
by peer review, by
let me explain how that works real quick. So here's the method. Here's how it works. So whenever somebody comes to a conclusion that they've observed and tested and repeated and all those things, they submit that for peer review. And when it's peer reviewed and other scientists are able to follow their same steps and come to the same conclusion over and over and over, it's what's called an emergent truth. Now, that doesn't mean that it holds in all cases or anything, but as that emergent truth is shown to hold over and over and over, and every time we test it, then it becomes a scientific theory, which is the gold standard for science. It just means in those things that we can observe we observe that this thing holds true always. So that is why I'm saying it comports with reality and it is an objective fact. Sure,
it's not just an opinion.
It's still an absolute.
Yeah.
But I can talk about reality in absolutes, you know.
Yeah, it's not an opinion or a club or anything like that. It's not just, oh, we're Republicans, so we all agree. It's not that type of thing. It's mostly what scientists do is disprove other scientists.
Before we keep going down rabbit holes, I still have a question. And what's a worse society? One where we can determine what we do with our bodies, or one where we can't?
Is that question to me?
Yeah, sure.
I don't understand your question.
Well, for like we were talking about the smoking thing before we started going on a tangent here. Which is worse? One where we can determine whether we want to smoke or not, or one where you were told no, you can't? Which is worse society? Where the society is telling you can't do this with your body, you can't do that with your body, so on and so forth. Or one
I still don't understand your question.
Or one where you can make that determination for yourself.
But should we have personal autonomy?
Personal autonomy, yeah.
I don't disagree with the idea of personal autonomy.
So which society is better? The one that allows personal autonomy, or one that does not?
Well, it's not a clear-cut answer, is it?
I think it is on that one, but I mean,
it's not because if you respect personal autonomy by itself, then if everybody wanted to commit suicide, they would be allowed to commit suicide, wouldn't they?
Why not?
Well, it's quite obvious, isn't it?
No, I think.
No, it's actually not quite.
No, I'm not talking about somebody that's having mental health issues. And I'm not talking about a teenager that just broke up with their boyfriend or girlfriend. But I think that if you got some bad news from the doctor, you should have every right.
There's a problem with your hypothetical, though. It violates several things. But
what does it violate?
So self-preservation, which is an evolutionary trait that we have. So there would not be that, first of all. But it's
subjective. What if there's a horrible disease going around? It's there's no cure, okay, and it's horrible and it is slow. It is the slowest possible terminal disease. Would you rather not go through it, even if it's over the population?
Yeah,
it's always subjective. It's always subjective.
Yeah.
So are you saying, Joe, that you agree, you disagree with Dave in terms of self-preservation, or are you agreeing with him?
Well, I'm saying that you said if everyone decides to commit suicide, and that's just what
would be the reason, though? What would be the reason? Yeah.
No, but what? This is a hypothetical, because if you're giving the blanket statement, everyone's personal autonomy should be respected without any limits, then it follows that everybody hypothetically can commit suicide.
I don't think it applies to the population, though.
If that was
not personal autonomy.
If we had that issue, though, there may be a discussion to have about whether personal autonomy is what's best for everyone.
So you'd only limit that. So what I'm saying is you'd only limit.
We allow for that. Religion doesn't.
Well,
so this is what I'm talking about. If we're talking
about an entire society wanting to commit suicide all at once, or not, maybe not all at once, but but we've gone past as personal autonomy at that point, because we're now looking at the entire society.
Yeah.
No,
and it could be lead in the water affecting everybody's brain too.
My position is that which reduces harm. So,
I think that's the best answer right there. So
So the thing is, I've demonstrated how arbitrary nature is.
Have you?
I have.
No.
I have. Just by your example.
I think you've actually shown that it's more important than it would be in the religious belief system. honestly.
Yeah, most of the religious things
think
are
he's
just
going back to
nonsense.
Well,
and
yeah, it's more arbitrary.
So,
it's more arbitrary.
that's more
than the religious
arbitrary,
things. Yeah,
yeah.
I'm not disagreeing with that.
But
But
you're going to have cultural things because we're a tribal species. That's we still have it in us that we have these cultural things, and it's probably
The
going to
thing
be
is,
around for a while.
The thing is, let's just stick with that example of people committing suicide and versus personal autonomy. What right does society have to infringe on one's personal autonomy? And even if it is in the masses, what right does society have then to say,
A greater
okay,
good.
we're going to
Reduce
limit
harm.
your
A
They
greater
have the
good.
right to reduce harm.
Yeah.
for the greater good. So okay, let's just give you a hypothetical.
Okay.
All of mankind wants to commit suicide.
That is
Who-
why are you such an
We just-
extremist?
Are you
say-
friends with
I
Daniel?
already went over that already. If we were
Right.
looking
It's
at
not- I mean-
if we were already looking at an entire society,
Okay, how are you going
that
to?
goes
How are you
beyond.
going to?
That goes
who
beyond.
are you
That
going
goes
to let
beyond.
commit
That goes beyond. That goes beyond.
Let-
And
No,
that goes
go
beyond. And the personal issue that becomes a societal issue.
Okay, so are you going to stop everyone to do it, or are you just going to let some people do it? And
Yes,
gonna
because
stop
I would think
everyone
there
to
was probably
say-
lead in the water and something was going on, and
I'm
I
going to
would
stop everyone
find
to
out what's
say
going on.
thanks
so
to Sugary again for
Dave
Thanks,
thinks
Sugary.
Dave's going on a conspiracy
Are
theory
you serious?
and think there's lead in the water.
No, I think if
No,
an entire species all of a sudden decided to stop existing, completely against its biological nature, that there may be something in the water that's messing with their brain. Yes, I would absolutely. That would
Yeah,
be
but
my
so-
first thought.
So hold up. Thank you, Sugary, for the $10 super chat. He said, "Hey, Dave, nice to meet you."
Hello, nice to meet you.
All right.
So
You should have asked for 20,
Continue talking
Dave.
past each other now.
Thanks, Sugary.
with suicide,
Do I hear
we
50?
should-
50,
Can I
50,
jump
50,
in
50,
with
50, 50.
suicide
Do
chat?
there's 75, 75, 75.
with suicide, we should probably try and look for other alternative methods of fixing whatever is causing the person to want to be suicidal in the first place.
Exactly.
And then
Exactly.
if we cannot do that, then we should allow it.
Yeah. That. Yeah.
Sorry, I
there's
didn't
a lot of
hear. I
nuance
didn't
to
hear
what-
your
to
answer.
what your
I didn't
question
hear your
is
answer.
asking.
Well, we're coming from the point of view
Human
that
thoughts and feelings aren't
biologically,
arbitrary, huh?
biologically, there's the drive to survive and procreate. So if
So you're
everything all of a sudden went against that, something has to be terribly wrong. So if
It's
anybody
violent evolution.
anybody
but
was still
okay,
rationally thinking at all,
let's
they would
just
think,
say that there's
yeah.
no lead in the water, Dave. There's no lead in the water. There's no
I mean,
conspiracy
hold
theory.
on. Let me address
it
it.
doesn't
you're
matter.
an
Whatever
extremist.
it is, it would be something messed up. It wouldn't be.
to refine this
Yeah.
into something to where you're like, okay, well, what if
It's-
this? Well, what if this? Well, what if this?
What
Yeah,
about
To try
That's,
and get
it's not
something
even
out of
it's
us
not
that
even
we're
a
not
valid
getting.
hypothetical. It's
Why-
not even
why
a valid hypothetical because
Why isn't it a
no
valid
species
hypothetical?
because no species has ever been demonstrated to decide one day to all walk into a
We're
family.
changing your name to Daniel.
So it just it's just
or to Mister? Don't
yeah,
answer a question.
this
the
is
que-
if what if frogs had wings, then they wouldn't bump their ass when they hopped.
Exactly.
Who cares? Who cares? It's meaningless.
Frogs
It's
probably
meaningless.
Yeah, the
What-
question
The fact that you have to delve into this many hypotheticals
Right.
to try and get him to say what you want
No, but
should be your answer.
I'm trying to
I'm
understand
talking.
your.
I'm talking. The fact that you have to delve into this many hypotheticals to get him to say what you want him to say should give you
Misty.
your answer right there that there's a problem with your position, right?
your hypothetical would require us to ask what's going on that's causing this, and can we fix it?
Yeah. Okay.
And why can't it just be on a smaller scale? Because I would love to talk about suicide and Mr. British, if you've ever been to say a hospice unit or even a cancer unit, I'm part of that community.
And it's
Get
so
your
far
vote.
away from personal autonomy, it's just nonsensical. It's
How
just-
is it? The whole point of having these discussions is to understand where your moral compass is
Well, I would grant the argument if you said
So
all of a sudden
essentially,
a large group of
discerned-
people decided to do this, but
If
to
you let me-
say
if you let me
the
finish,
entire
Terry,
population just doesn't even make any sense to argue about it.
if you let me finish, the first thing would be, okay, there's a conspiracy theory. There must be some other explanation, even if that is debunked and all of humanity wants to commit suicide. Why then are you infringing on their personal autonomy? That's what I don't
nonsense.
understand.
What we already
Because it's
explained.
so arbitrary.
Everything we know relies on survival for procreation. So,
Because it goes beyond the personal autonomy. It goes into a societal issue.
yeah.
As I've said twice already, now 3 times.
Yeah. So how would you remedy it? Would you let some people kill themselves and then
I would look for the cause of why people are feeling suicidal to begin with, and try and remedy that.
Okay, and what if you can't?
I would have to keep looking. Obviously, there's a problem we need to address.
Okay, so you would then stop and infringe on their rights of personal autonomy.
We are not looking at an issue of personal autonomy anymore. If it's the entire society, we're looking at a societal problem.
Yeah,
and
but that still includes.
That's the one time our courts can intervene is if you can show that somebody is a harm to themselves or others, that the courts can actually intervene and commit somebody. So that again is a greater good issue, because this person is not only a harm to others, they're a harm to themselves.
Every hypothetical you set, it's going to come down to what is for the greater good of humans.
We would put them in a care facility.
Yeah, but who are you to
decide?
How do you evaluate?
It's not us. It's the medical. Again, that's what the medical consensus and everybody agrees, and the courts have agreed that if you can prove this person is a harm, then something has to be done by the state to step in, and that is when somebody will get committed to a state hospital to get the serious needed treatment that they obviously need.
So you would defer to the doctor
by the experts' consensus, and they will have multiple people examine these people and answer to the court. So again, that's the best we can do. It's not perfect, but that is the best that we can work with.
Yeah.
Well, we saw a similar example of personal versus societal autonomy with COVID. We had some societies who locked down, and we had other societies who said, we're not going to lock down.
If you don't get your vaccination, you're a dum-dum.
However,
that's not personal autonomy, though.
Yeah, in that situation, you're affecting other people.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. If you don't get vaccinated, you're a dum-dum.
That's yeah. And
all the diseases we've eradicated, and people are going to say, I didn't want my shot. And it's like, you're a dum-dum. I got nothing else to say. There's no argument. I mean, it's just dumb. It's
just what I've
you're allowed to be dumb, though.
What?
Yeah.
I'm not calling you dumb. I'm just saying you're allowed to choose the dumb thing. So it's not about personal autonomy at all.
Joe can smoke all he likes. He can't come up and blow that smoke in my face.
Right. That's wrong. Yeah. I can't force my smoking on others, just like religious people shouldn't force their religion on others.
I don't think any religion tries to force their religion on others,
Christian nationalism doesn't exist, right?
So
that's like
let me turn the conversation to one more issue before I let someone else speak.
All right. What's up, man?
So do you think that something comes from nothing?
No.
No, there was never.
No, I don't. I don't think that God
muted myself, but I had to come back on.
Hypothetically, if there was actually an absolute nothing, then there would be nothing to stop something from nothing.
Nothing is incoherent.
It's one of the reasons that I don't listen to Christianity, because it asserts that God poofed everything into existence from nothing.
If you could describe nothing, it would be something. It's incoherent.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. What about dependent things? Do you think dependent things?
The argument.
The contingency argument. Yeah, what's your view on it, Joe?
Okay, so my view on the contingency argument is that there may be something like the quantum field or whatever that everything is contingent upon, but I don't think that we know that's the case. And I think
no, but what's your understanding?
Hold on. I think that asserting that it's a supernatural being that you have no support for is making a leap to an irrational place.
No, but do you accept it in the contingency argument? Do you accept the presence of an independent being outside of?
No.
So you don't accept that.
And outside of space and time is not a thing.
If it does exist, for all intents and purposes, it doesn't exist because it doesn't affect us in our
okay.
universe.
Do you accept that there's an independent being?
No.
Well, I can
not with agency.
I can completely agree that God exists in no point in no time.
Yeah, I don't think it has to be a being.
It might as well not exist because it doesn't do anything for us. So if Bigfoot exists in another universe, it doesn't matter. It doesn't exist in this one.
What I'm failing to understand is you don't accept that there's an independent thing. Let's use the word thing.
No.
Where dependent things have
no
emanated from.
No.
You wouldn't need that. That's not necessary.
No, but how do you explain all the dependent things?
In the contingency argument.
How do you explain the dependent things?
Emergence.
Yeah.
What do you mean? What do you mean by emergence? What does that mean?
It means the universe relies on simple structures that became more complex.
No.
To assert that there needs to be, first of all, we don't know that there needs to be a thing that everything is contingent on. But again, I'm open to the possibility that there is something. But I think the quantum field would fill that position just fine if we wanted to go that route. It's like one of the, we don't know that there is anything that everything's contingent on, but it could be a possibility given the logical structure of everything.
So it sounds like you're not an atheist. Sounds like you're an agnostic.
No, because I definitely don't think that thing is a being with agency or a god. I definitely don't think that.
Science doesn't claim to know everything.
In fact, I think that's an irrational position to take, and I think that just because you can't explain something, filling it with a god is dumb.
It's not filling it with a god. I'm just talking about you're not even willing to accept
you're
the
independent. You're
not willing to even accept the independent thing where all dependent things emanate.
Because you haven't proven that independent thing exists. And so I don't believe.
No, but by logic, the thing is, if you keep going, the dependent thing has this ad infinitum.
What law of logic does it violate?
If you say,
what law of logic does it violate if there isn't one?
If you say ad infinitum, infinite regress, that dependent things depend on dependent things.
It seems like matter may be eternal.
There's nothing in physics that goes against an infinite regression in time.
Yeah. Do you accept that energy is eternal?
Energy is eternal.
Cannot be created or destroyed, only change forms.
You've quoted the first law of thermodynamics. What about it?
Do you accept that?
Do I accept
that does away with your contingency argument if you do.
No, that's within the realm
and it can go infinitely backwards.
That's with it.
And our concept of time might not even be applicable going far enough back.
Yeah, and there may not be that the laws of thermodynamics apply.
No, you haven't addressed the infinite regress aspects of the dependent things.
It's not a problem.
Right.
So does it go? Is there infinite regress?
The first law of thermodynamics addresses it, doesn't it? Isn't that what that does?
It doesn't accept it. It doesn't accept it because you haven't appreciated the contingency argument. Then that's my understanding.
I'm already saying there's nothing in physics that says you can't go infinitely backwards.
Okay, look, guys. I understand that you don't accept that God exists, right?
Yeah.
But if you say dependent things depend on other dependent things ad infinitum, then that's an absurd. It's an absurd argument because
Not if it's
where
true.
did the,
Disagree.
Not if it's true. If energy cannot be created, and it's always been, and you can go infinitely backwards, and energy's always been. There's
And
not
guess
a problem.
what energy is dependent on?
Yeah, I think
Quantum field.
I think by your answers you're failing to understand the contingency argument.
I understand it perfectly.
We've heard them.
Because Joe,
at least it is necessary.
At least Joe, at least if you're just point blank saying infinite regress exists, and that's it. And you're failing to understand by defining the dependent thing, there has to be something that it's dependent on, and infinite regress is just meaningless.
Fill that position just fine if we have to do that. But
the quantum field.
That's what it is.
But are you saying that independent? Are you saying perhaps the independent thing is the quantum field?
It could.
We don't know.
It could fill that position, but we don't know that's the case.
So you don't know exactly. That's all.
Wait. Are you saying we don't know, therefore God?
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying. I'm not saying.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not.
Therefore, it's okay to assert that it's this.
No. I'm not.
Right now, for what we know, like you said, you've pointed out the laws in thermodynamics. Okay, so energy cannot be created. That's what we know.
Let's play the same game only backwards.
We know it can go backwards.
I'm saying.
So that's what we know.
I'm not.
So there's an answer.
There's an answer. Who started talking about a God?
Are you down for playing the same game only backwards?
I beg your pardon?
You want to play the same game only going the direction to God? You want to do that? Because we can.
No, I don't want to. I don't want to do that.
It ends up that position is illogical.
No, I'm talking. I'm talking about
Jim Bob's mind.
The contingency argument.
You're going to go to Jim Bob's mind, or you're going to go to Bernardo Kastrup's universal mind. There's always these added things and stuff, and they're unnecessary. They're unnecessary.
It's all right. Well,
so the being that you're suggesting that has to be there. Again, I would say it's unnecessary. Well, whatever. It's just unnecessary.
You
mean
the
it's unnecessary.
You mean the independent?
The independent being from the universe.
Thing.
Yeah, it's unnecessary.
So you're saying essentially, Dave, that dependent things depend on dependent things ad infinitum.
I'm saying the first one that has to be.
So you're saying everything is dependent on something?
No, let me put this together for you. Let me fix it, okay? So dependent things exist, right? Dependent things exist. We agree. And those dependent things are dependent, that's how they're described. And it does go back to smaller and smaller universe of less and less things. But we do not know that there is one thing that it's dependent on. We just don't have that information. So why then would we make any kind of leap to say it is this thing or whatever? And the reason that I asserted the quantum field but didn't, say, well, yeah, that's it, is because it could fill that position, but it's not clear that it's necessary to do that, because physicists, theoretical physicists,
it's all that smoking,
seem to agree that energy could be eternal. So in that case, there is no contingency argument. Then it's gone. There's no need for it, and that's the problem. Now, whenever you take that argument and you try to regress it into a God, you have the same problem that you're trying to say that we have. So where does that God come from? That God
Look,
is what
I'm not talking about God yet. I'm
that
talking.
thing that all things.
You mean
are
the independent thing?
Demonstrate that it exists.
You mean the independent thing?
That you're asserting must be the case. What is, why do we need that thing? There's no, if energy is eternal, why do we need that thing? That would be my hypothetical for you, even though it's kind of based on science.
Yeah,
we don't know it, but it seems to be the case that energy may be eternal.
And there you go. Case closed. It's always been. No need to add anything to it.
Yeah. And because that doesn't fill your warm fuzzy place where people put a God at, doesn't mean that it's not the case. Just because it doesn't feel good and give you the answer that you want doesn't mean that it's not the case, because it seems to be that way. We don't know for sure. There's no way to know that before the first Planck second of the expansion of the universe. There's no way to know that. So
yeah, that was my next question. That would be, yeah.
Well, that's why it's this philosophical discourse, isn't it? But you're not even willing to accept that there's an independent thing
the
to
laws
begin
of
with.
Logic may have not even applied before that first Planck second.
I'm willing to accept. I'm
So
willing
now
to
you're
accept
saying the laws of
Bigfoot. I'm
now
willing to
you're saying
accept
the laws of
Bigfoot
logic don't
exists.
apply.
I'm willing
I'm
to
just
accept
saying we
Bigfoot
don't
exists.
know. I'm not saying they didn't. I'm saying we don't know because we can't observe anything before that.
Yeah, what ifs are just endless in philosophy.
The Big Bang is an explanation of expansion, not poofing things out of nothing. It's expansion. It's the rapid expansion of the universe. It's not everything came out of nothing. That's what religion asserts, and it's projection to say that science asserts that.
I don't think anyone's disagreeing with the theory of the Big Bang.
Right.
I'm talking about dependent. I'm talking about dependent and independent things.
The very first question you asked in this line of questioning was, "Do things come from nothing?" Right?
Well,
so
yes, I did.
I figured that was kind of what you were getting at, right? I mean,
well, no,
that's what
no,
would make
I
sense.
wasn't.
So that was you just inserted that for no reason. I think you're dipping and dodging and playing games now, honestly. So here's what we can do, Mr. British. Hold on. I've been streaming for 3.5 hours now. Okay, so if you want to have a conversation one-on-one with me about any subject, whatever, and you want to be, you want to have an honest conversation, I'm down for it. Hit me up at the Kentucky Atheist at Gmail. It's mine, the channel name at Gmail, and I'll schedule it and we'll have a conversation. That way, it's not everybody.
Well, I appreciate that, and it was nice talking to you all. I'm sure we'll.
I'm not booting you. I'm just telling you that we're kind of getting to a position to where everybody's trying to talk and make the same points and stuff, and it would just be a more organized thing. And we can even have it moderated if you want. I don't care. I mean, it's. I just want to be able to say your thing and me to be able to say mine. And if you want to talk to somebody else, you can do that. But I feel like it's an issue where you're going to get different answers maybe because it's about things that we don't really know. And, I don't think that in my case, what, and this is what I say a lot is how God is defined into the existence is because of this. It's because the things you don't know, you try to fill with a God to answer the questions you don't have answers to. And not you personally, but if you want to have a conversation, hit me up at the Kentucky Atheist at Gmail so I can put it in the calendar. The reason I have you do it there is because when I put it in the calendar, it emails you and sets it all up and does all that. So if you hit me up, I'll set it up. I mean, I would love to talk to you more. I
appreciate that. I just hope that I didn't come across as
no. I love the conversation. I love it. There's not a problem.
No, I don't want to come across as rude or trying to.
You're not being rude. It's just hard to. It's hard to have that deep of a conversation about these things in this setting with an open panel, and I don't care.
And we've rejected, some of us have rejected these things a long time ago. You got to understand, too.
But Dave, you've rejected it, but you're not, from your answers, you haven't understood the basis of the contingency argument. You haven't even referred to the independent.
I've heard William Lane Craig and everybody else to the point of nausea.
There is no reason to
I've already given my answer. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't know, essentially. Or is that right?
I don't know a lot of things.
I mean, that's cool.
Yeah, well,
we don't know a lot of things.
If you're going to force me to say that things are dependent on one thing, I'm going to say it's the quantum field. I mean, that's what I'll assert. That's not in agreement with science necessarily or anything else, because it's not really known. It's an unknown thing. But I would say that answers your question, and it is a possible answer. And I think science would agree with that.
When you get to particles, you got particles that are determinate and indeterminate. So there you go.
If energy is eternal and it exists in the quantum field, then that is the thing that energy is dependent on.
So energy is dependent on the quantum field, is what you're saying.
It could be dependent on what is not dependent.
Yeah.
Is that
the quantum field isn't dependent on anything else that we know of.
You get to the quantum, and it could be totally what you think is wrong.
Are you sorry? Just are you saying quantum fields are dependent on energy?
No. I'm saying the quantum field isn't dependent on anything that we know of.
So it's not dependent
on energy. That's the case where dependency doesn't carry on.
Yeah, and it could be dependent on non-dependency.
Yeah. What does the quantum field depend on? And there's not an answer to that question. So it answers your question to the length that our knowledge goes about the situation. But
so which scientist has said or theorized that energy and everything
don't generally answer religious arguments, because
it's not. Forget the religion. Just forget the religion for a second.
Well, the contingency argument is very much a religious argument.
It's not a religious argument. I'm talking about dependent and independent things. It's the contingency argument.
It's basically getting to the cosmological argument here.
Well, I'm not. That's why, on purpose, I'm not talking about the cosmological argument. I'm talking about.
It's essentially what the contingency argument is.
Yeah.
No. So
it does.
So you can't give any scientific evidence about, your proposition about everything relying on the quantum field.
If you want a paper that says that, I can probably get it. I mean, but because this is something that's been stated, here's the thing though, we don't really know. So there isn't I can give you scientists that have stated as much. But it's not like I can't give you a peer-reviewed paper that states it as a theory, and that's why I've not held to it here. I've said that it could be used to explain that, and we don't know of anything, but it's
I can give you a quote from Brian Cox that I know, and he said at the quantum level.
You mean Professor Brian Cox?
Professor Brian Cox, exactly.
You mean he said you mean the former pop star, the former pop star.
Are we going to make ad hominem attacks?
I'm just going to share this, okay? On the quantum level, there is no reason a sandcastle cannot appear out of a pile of sand.
Yeah.
So when you get to that level, things get spooky.
Yeah.
No, but do you understand what he said there about the pile of sand? The pile of sand was there.
Yeah, but what was it dependent on? Nothing.
Well,
it was
the pile of sand was there. That's the thing.
What was it dependent on? It was just a pile of sand.
But the sand was there.
Well, we already said that energy's eternal and matter is energy, so that's not a problem. It can be anything.
What he's saying is
the sand can be anything.
Whatever the fuck it wants to do.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's not dependent. It can just do it. It just does it.
It just does it, yeah.
That's as I say, it's not dependent on anything other than what it is.
One more question before I go, unless you're wrapping up. I don't want to take too much of your time,
Well, I do not know where Azho went. Where'd Azho go? I heard that comment about Bigfoot.
He said, "I'm
earlier.
out," and dropped.
Yeah, I heard that comment he said about Bigfoot earlier, and we're gonna have a sit down.
There's some drama going on in the background, so
yeah, but there's no call for all of a sudden saying he doesn't believe in Bigfoot. I mean, I'm sitting here broken hearted. I have my Bigfoot shirt on, as most days I have a Bigfoot shirt on, but I have my Bigfoot shirt on, and I'm sitting here going, "What did he just say?"
Well, you had Bigfoot on this channel not that long ago.
Yeah. Well,
what are we going to do with him? What are we going to do with him, Joe?
I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do about anything.
Because Joe's in the cryptid camp. Because did you mention to everybody that Saturday we're going to be talking about the Mothman?
Yeah, that'll be this Saturday on Dave's channel.
These things are what's important. Okay.
Can I ask you one more question before I go?
Sure. Ask away.
Have you all read the Bible?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. Yeah.
Have you all read the Quran?
Yep.
No.
Most of it.
I haven't read all. I've read a little bit of it, but not all of it.
I've read most of it.
I read the Reader's Digest version.
Well, I'd be.
I've also got some Hindu books and some Buddhist books, and
well, I'd invite you to read the Quran at the very least.
Yeah. So the Quran, is the Quran the word of God on paper?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then it's garbage because it's wrong about a lot of things.
Yeah.
Well, do you accept that it's a book in itself?
I accept that it's a book.
Okay. Well, I'm inviting you to read the book.
Well, I've read some of the book, and I've actually argued with people about the Quran before.
Well, like I said, I would invite you to read the whole book.
I've been on three Muslim apologetic channels now, and I've asked my questions, and I got insufficient answers.
The Quran does the same. First of all, there's a problem with Abrahamic religions in general, but that's beside the point. But
just so you know, I do go there.
The Quran asserts to be the actual word of an all-knowing, all-powerful God, right? And there's so many things in the Quran that are wrong and do not comport with reality. So either that God doesn't know those things, or
no, but by your own admission, you haven't read the entire book. So I would at least invite you to read the whole book, then formulate an opinion.
I will say, except for Hamza, all the other apologists over on the Muslim panels were polite, and I had a better time than I've had with a lot of the Christian apologists. I say Hamza aside, he's obnoxious, but the rest of them, we all had a good conversation, and I don't hold any ill will against conversation. But some of my questions, they flat out said that they couldn't answer. So.
Okay, well, maybe we can explore that another time.
Sure.
Yeah, sure. And if you want to come talk about some part of the Quran sometime, I'll read up on that part and we'll talk about it if you want. I can't do the whole book at a time, though.
Well, try. Look, it's an invitation to read it. If you read it tomorrow, or if you read it in a year's time, or in the next decade, I'm not saying you should do it. You should do it at this time or this particular time. It's just an open invitation.
What would that get me, though? What would that give me?
Well, that's the entire thing that I'm trying to ascertain. Is once you read the whole book, then you will formulate an impression, right?
Yeah.
Which is a fair point, isn't it?
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I think though that again, you run into the problem of it's supposed to be the word of God, and it's wrong about things.
No, but what you're doing now is you're formulating an impression before reading the whole book. So that's all I'm trying to. I think it's fair. It's
fair enough. I'm not dismissing you. I'm just saying, like, it doesn't seem to be there's no benefit in doing that. But if I'll read the Quran if you want me to. If you want me to read the Quran,
Well,
and then
look,
we talk,
let me
do it.
give you an arbitrary example, okay? I am not an American, right? If I read the entire US Constitution, right?
Yeah.
Do you accept that I will at least appreciate the US Constitution a bit more than I am now?
Not necessarily.
Yeah.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, you may have a
but-
worse opinion of it.
Understand
But
may
there's
be a
a
better
likelihood
understand
that
may
I
be a
will
better
know
word.
more about it. Yes.
Yeah,
You will
no
be
more.
more
Sure.
informed.
Sure.
You'll be more informed. Yeah.
I'll be more informed.
I try to,
Exactly.
I try to go everywhere, learn everything I can about everything. But again, though, it's also an impossible task to read about every religion completely. So,
well, you don't even need to read it. You can. There's audiobooks you can listen to in English. If you want.
That's what I was going
Right.
to do. I was
well,
gonna
yeah,
listen.
you could pick one. Yeah, you can pick one. My point being, though, is there's thousands of them, and to be fully fair, you're asking for an impossible task. So, I try to. Well, I'm just saying, I try to do some looking into it. I do. Like I said, I've been on 3 Muslim panels now, going on in the lion's den, so to speak, asking questions and everything and stuff.
I tell you what, Mr. British,
I do that.
If I listen to the whole Quran and you come back and tell me to listen to another holy book, I'm going to be madder than hell. Okay.
Okay, fair. That's a fair
Aaron,
point. That's a fair
Aaron's
point.
gone through the Quran, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He probably has.
That might be a good way of going about it, is watching his stuff.
Yeah.
Because they do
All
the
right,
whole
all
reading.
right. Well, nice talking to you all.
Yeah. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, have a good one.
Shoot me an email and we'll set up another conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. What's your email again? Sorry.
The Kentucky Atheist at Gmail.
All right. Cheers. Thanks, Joe.
Cheers.
Thanks, everyone.
Yep.
Bye.
Later. All right.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I had to laugh when he broke into a couple of those questions. I'm like, oh cripes, here we go.
Yeah,
These are
on the
that's
Quran,
bottom of the barrel stuff.
Yeah.
You know, it's
on the Quran thing, I am aware there are some bad translations out there. So when I actually tried to read the Quran for myself, if I actually asked the Muslim, can you give me a good translation? And they gave me a few sites to look up. So that's how I was trying to read it at the time.
well, there's a 50-year gap between Muhammad and the writings, and they did agree with me. There is a 50-year gap. Of course, they said, but they had all these people that knew it and everything.
They got answers.
They still have a 50-year gap of when it was written down, and like I pointed in real time. Okay, we see Donald Trump is the Messiah coming from religious people. All right, so. If in a day or a month or a year, somebody can become God-like, biblical-like, Christian-like, Jesus-like, Moses-like, they've compared him to Moses, Jesus, Joseph, all these people in the Bible. Okay, within a few years, just think of what you could do in 50 years. Just think what you could do in 100 years, 200 years, 1,000 years. No, I don't buy that just because people, remembered it for 50 years. No, it just doesn't fly. So in the end, they have the same problems as everybody else. And not counting all the supernatural claims, that's a big problem. And I've heard the arguments for the Quran, like the Quran says that bees like honey, or bees make honey, or bees like flowers, or something like that. And I'm like, I looked it up. Humans have been beekeeping for 50,000 years. 50,000 years ago, we figured out, you know what? I don't like walking all the way over there to get my honey.
Yeah, I don't like climbing a tree and getting my ass stung all to hell.
If I bring it over here a little closer to my place, I can get my honey without going way over there. They figured that out 50,000 years ago. The Quran is divine because it says something about bees and flowers and honey or something. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. That's one of their top arguments. You'll hear it all the time. You'll hear it all the time. Yeah.
Yeah. Nothing is original.
I read a book and it says the thing.
And then what? We came from a blood clot. Well, we didn't come from no blood clot.
Yeah, I know. That's all nonsense.
You know, so, I mean, it's not hard. And then it's
Am I going to have to have
well,
Nadir come and tell us about it?
that's metaphorical. It actually means this and that. And it's like, okay,
Right.
well, we might as well be the Bible or anything else. Well, this and that's metaphorical, but this right here is this word, these words I like right here. This verse, this is literal. This is literal. The rest, though, well, it means this and that, and it can different language and at the times and on. And we don't follow the old covenant anymore, except for a couple verses that we like to pick out of there. And yeah, so
yeah, it starts to get ridiculous. It really does.
And I'm old. I'm sick of hearing it. I'm sorry. Just
Yeah.
I'm like,
Yeah. Given that I haven't read every page of the Quran and the Hadiths and all that thing, I think the point I was trying to make is that the Quran is supposed to not be like the Bible, the inspired word of God. It's the actual word of God on paper. And
Right.
so
the final word.
Yeah.
The
If
final
I know about all these things that it gets wrong, why should I care about reading all the filler in between? Like,
well, there's some good things in there, Joe, and it's like, yeah, well, there's some good things in the Bible too, you know.
Great.
And if you pick through something enough, you'll find some pieces of corn in it too. That doesn't mean you should eat it.
I don't need a book to tell me what things are good and what things are not, though. You know, and so that's it's and I don't. Christianity is obviously my focus because that's my experience. I live in the fucking Bible Belt, for God's sake, and so like. Of course, I haven't read the Quran, but I know the claims that it makes, and I know that they're wrong. So why read a book full of false things? Like that was my point. But
I've looked through it. I've read some of it.
But I've
have
been
a
invited.
copy.
So okay.
I have a copy, but I haven't read it cover to cover. But the problem is too that the way it's written, it's like all out of order and everything. You know what I mean? So it's just it's harder to read than the Bible.
I want to say something, guys. I've had an absolute blast hanging out with everybody today. It's been so much fun. It's been a really great show. Even though we've went on for 4 hours now, it's been a really fun, great show, and I'm glad that everybody showed up. And thank you to those of you that bought memberships and sent super chats and stuff. That just made it that much of a better show. And I just want to thank everybody.
Yeah, that's awesome.
See, it's Sage comes on and shit goes off the rails. What'd you do, man? Did you tell these people to come here today?
Yeah, they will receive their checks in the mail.
Yeah. Well, see, I floated around to a couple Christian channels and talked to some people, and so. And then I agreed to debate Kent Hovind, and yeah, I know.
Wash your mouth out with soap.
It doesn't feel good. I'm not excited. Ian Davenport sent a $10.
Well, that's what I was going to tell you. You know that the little exchange you had arguing with Lupin?
Yeah.
Okay. Remember how quickly irritated you got? Well, guess what?
Yeah. It's going to be worse. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I'm kind of concerned about how that's going to go because, yeah. I'm trying to go see what this. Oh,
check your lighting because I
thank you guy bowing. I got to turn off my green screen for you to see it. It's a little thank you guy bowing, and it says thank you. So thank you for the $10 super sticker.
Oh, cool.
But yeah, no, and that's one of the things that I kind of hinted about whenever I was talking about this in the comments was that I don't think I'm going to be able to allow him to just do the things he normally does. And I'm not so sure. I may end up canceling it actually, because I'm not so sure that I can't just say, look, you fucking idiot. You've been reading the same thing for 30 years, and we know it's fucking bullshit. You know it's bullshit.
Well,
that's why I can't do it. That's exactly why I can't do it. And if he tried to talk down to me or call me names, they'd be like, no freaking way I'm going to have you garbage trying to talk down to me. There's no freaking way.
Well, if you do
No
it,
way. No way.
If you do it, just to make sure that you bring your Kent Hovind and bingo card.
Well, I thought about dressing up like Kent Hovind and reenacting some of the bad things that we know.
I was gonna say, do you got a shirt?
Yeah, I was gonna, but I'm not gonna mention it because it's not. I'm not gonna do that because it would be really, really bad. I would not have followers anymore if I did what I was thinking of doing at first.
Doesn't AJ have the wig?
I don't know, but
somebody's got the Hovind wig.
AJ's coming on here soon too. Yeah. Next week. I think the day after our show, Dave.
Well, he dressed up like the old days when he debated Hovind. The point was that Hovind's like stuck in the past or whatever.
Yeah,
or something.
I like AJ. He's Hovind.
Hovind.
I like that. That's funny.
Hovind. Yeah.
Mark has the wig. Yeah, Mark dressed up like him too, and Mark does a good Australian Kent Hovind.
you got to get out the side of your mouth because he talks out the side of his mouth.
Dr. Josh was the best. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. There's quite a few.
You came from water.
You came from a rock. Dogs are dogs.
Atheism is your religion. You believe in evolution.
Are you going to make up a bingo card?
Yeah, I am. I got too much of a Kentucky accent to do a Kent Hovind, you know. I'm redneck garbage.
He's from Illinois. He's from Illinois. Spare me.
Chicago's in Illinois.
he's from Illinois. He tries to act like he's a good old boy or something.
What is Illinois contingent on though? Sorry, I had to. It's you know, these philosophy arguments, and especially because what I was trying to tell Mr. British is that if this continues, we're going to be talking about solipsism in a minute, and I have no fucking desire to do that.
It's going to end up pretty.
Illinois.
Well, I've already my point already is that I follow what Peter Atkins says. I'm a fan of Peter Atkins.
Yeah.
He says the simplest arguments are always the best, and the ones that are proven out and everything, you know, like Einstein's formula, right? Simple, right? Not a chalkboard full, not a library full. You didn't have to add anything supernatural. Well, there it is. The simple little thing.
Mage still manned the whole argument the best, if anybody caught it. Right in the middle of it, he said, "Are you saying I don't know, therefore God?"
Yeah.
And I was like, that's exactly what he's saying.
God of the gap. Well, he's trying to do the philosophy. Sorry.
Yeah.
That, well, what it could be. And it's like, well, a lot of things could be. The thing about, that's what bothers me about philosophy is you can not only have the good arguments, but you can also have philosophical arguments about anything, you know? So.
Is Nitty here in the chat? I didn't see Nitty. Somebody.
I didn't see.
I am working on doing a sort of pop culture channel as well.
Nitty will be on too here in a couple weeks.
It says Nitty live. Maybe Nitty's going live or something.
Oh yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I've got my little avatar for my pop culture channel already.
Yeah, hit me up with that, Earl.
There you go.
Oh, upcoming show. Okay, I got you. Yeah, I'm probably stepping all over everybody's shit today. And I'm sorry.
We'll see. Beck decided Beck's not doing his thing. He's not doing his thing today.
Oh, no Beck today?
He's tired. No Beck today.
Oh, man.
Well, see, there you go. Everybody's going to be bored. So
now I'm sad. So let's wrap this show up. It's been 4 hours, guys. My ass hurts.
I got in trouble one day because I said I need some butt flow.
Did you hear real early in the conversation? He said, "Well, is homosexuality illegal?" And I said, "We're not doing this." I was like, "Nope."
Check out Bart Ehrman talking with the guy that is a so-called expert in these things, and he has totally debunked the 6 verses that they always use against LGBTQ. as not what they think that they originally meant. Go check it out. It's a great video.
It's from Bart Ehrman?
Yep. Bart talking with somebody else.
Oh, I'll check it out. Yeah.
It's a great
All
video.
right.
Yep.
So Dave, is there anything other than our thing that you want to plug? I mean, you can plug that if you want.
Tomorrow we're probably going to be on Mike's channel talking about Ken Ham's climate change book for kids and parents that is terrible, and the person that wrote it is a bird person, not a climatologist. And the Martin Isles influence, and we're already seeing it with what I told you earlier, is they seem to have set up a new channel, and it's really a hip little YEC person cave thing, quote, with fetuses on the wall and stuff. And so looks like we've got some new meat to go after. So
fresh meat,
and it's a very dangerous thing because Ken Ham has given him a $150 million budget. So look out for a lot of this garbage to be coming out.
Yay! All right.
So they're thinking about doing a stream about it tomorrow. That's over at Answers in Atheism. We talk about a lot of these kind of things over there. So watch for it. You never know when Mike's going to put it up because he's like that. So
yeah. Yeah. I've got a grilled ham thumbnail we used, right?
Yep.
I liked that. That was funny. All right, Mage, anything you want to talk about before we get out of here?
So I got my I did a garden tour not that long ago, and I'm not sure what I'm gonna do next on that my gardening channel, but probably another garden tour at this point, seeing how close I am to the next month. But I'm working on putting together a little pop culture channel where I kind of review movies and stuff.
Oh, cool.
That's what this is going to be my avatar for it.
Nice.
Wow.
There's my little Jedi plushie I had for a while.
Yeah.
Still kind of working on some of the visuals to put together for it, but it's coming along. I already got the channel made. I just haven't done anything with it yet. So
I would love to do movie reviews. I would love to do that. That would be so much. But I don't want to do shitty movie reviews. There's other people for that.
Was it a Dave Sundstrom, I think is how you say his name? He's got a great channel for review stuff.
Yeah. So
he always keeps up on all the news on where are they now and when somebody passes away and all those kind of things.
All right. And finally, our guest today, it's Sage. Hold on. Database $15 super chat. Thanks, Joe. Thank you, cool. Database Atheist. You've been around for a minute here, and I appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Anything you want to talk about, Sage? What you got going on? I know you got a video coming up.
Yeah, I'll have a couple of videos coming up. It's in the editing process right now, but just look forward to some more videos on miracles, reaction videos of some Christian videos that make claims and things like that. So, and just subscribe and check me out. Check out all my videos. My deconstruction story is on there. And yeah, that's about it. Awesome.
So the next thing I got going on is me and Dave will be we've got trivia on the channel this week. I'm not usually on there, but sometimes I drop in if I can. But trivia on Wednesday night, it's we don't talk about religion. It's not an argument. It's just hang out and answer trivia questions. It's a day for everybody to unwind, hang out, be friends, and just have fun. So if you bring your religious arguments to there, you'll get booted. But everyone's welcome, and we give away gift cards. And
it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, we're trying to make that better and better for everybody. We're working hard on it. Me and Dave will be teaming up to talk about the Mothman, as I live very close to Point Pleasant and have visited there several times. So we're going to talk about that Saturday. Then on Sunday, on Sunday I have Atheist Junior coming on. On Monday I have Bree. On Wednesday I have Kurt, who is in the chat now and is kind of new to the community and stuff, and I want to introduce everybody to Kurt. I've talked to him, and he's an awesome dude. He's from Kentucky, and so he's going to hang out and get to know everybody. I'm really excited to do that because I love to see people, come to our community and really want to interact. And Kurt wants to, take part in panels and talk to people and things like that. So we're gonna talk to Kurt and learn a little bit about him and hopefully get him involved with stuff. And then I've got all kinds of people coming. We've got Nitty, we've got Skeptic, we've got what was that girl's name? I need Azho here for this. He left me at the wrong time.
He ran and hid. He ran and hid. He can't show his face because of what he said.
We've got stuff. We've got great stuff coming up for the next 2 months already scheduled for everybody. Plus, I'll be adding a lot of member streams and doing stuff in between all those, just popping up with people that want to come talk to me and things. So I'm kind of leaving the middle of the week open so that I can do that. And just really great guests and great topics and some cool stuff coming up. I'm trying to get around and visit some other channels and stuff and go and hang out with people, and especially those theists.
That's why I drug him over. That's why I drug him over to my channel.
Well, you're welcome at Purple's channel.
Yeah. I come on Purple's channel every now and then. It's usually Purple's channel comes on during the day earlier when I'm
that reminds me. Yeah, I'll be also this week on Purple's channel 3 p.m. Eastern. And Wednesday he will be doing in Compost Day, so I've got a lot to talk about on that.
Well, I may have to be there for that one because that's interesting.
You'll hear me sitting there talking about shit for 2 hours.
Crystal was talking about the exclusive club. There's an exclusive club that have Grassman shirts, and there will be another Grassman shirt giveaway coming up. So, but you have to be subscribed at the Grassman Chronicles to win. So get subscribed at the Grassman Chronicles, and you can join the elite club. There's going to be another giveaway coming up.
That actually reminded me of something, Dave. I've said that I wanted to make a "Don't Be a Flossy Weenie" T-shirt, and I've got an artist, and this is the first draft of that.
Awesome. Awesome.
We're gonna add some stuff, and that's the rough draft for that. So we're working on something cool for you guys. I'm gonna get something too about your grandpappy's a rock or something, but
sounds good. That sounds good.
Yeah.
But so I'm trying to put together a lot of great things because the channel's doing really well, and there's a lot of even if I'm not hitting 1,000 just yet, I'm getting a lot of interaction with the community and stuff. And
you're almost there. You'll be there soon enough. You'll be there soon enough.
Well, I hope so. And I'm going to try and do some more things though outside of this channel. I'm going to start visiting some other places and putting my foot down a little bit, so to speak.
Well, we can have you over at the desk too. If something's bugging you, we can have you over at the desk too.
Everything bugs me, Dave.
To do a show too. So
it all bugs me, obviously. Did you see me today? I was throwing things. But
we'll get you on the grass, man. We'll have to get you over at the desk too, because you're
as long as Mothman doesn't call me fat. Anyway,
some that comes up, and we'll have you at the desk too, and we'll do a show.
Yeah, I'm always happy to come and join. I've been working a lot lately, so I haven't been able to be as active as far as like visiting other people's streams in the chat and stuff like that. I've just been working a lot, which is good and bad. I mean, I'm kind of half and half running a business with a guy, so sometimes there's a lot of work with little pay, but I'm making some money and stuff, so it's a good thing. Next week I'll be working 2 jobs all week, but I'm still gonna stream and stuff somehow. I don't know. I'll figure it out. But even if I have to stream while I'm at work from my phone, that's what I'll do. I'll take a break and do it. But what else? The Ark Encounter. If you want to come hang with us in Ashland, Kentucky, and maybe hang out at our so-called casino and party a little bit and go to the Ark Encounter and get to see us do the show live on July 7th. The protest is on the 6th. Come spend a weekend in Ashland with us. You got to get you a hotel or a campground or whatever, but come hang with us and we'll all go down together to the protests and we'll hang out and party a little bit, meet each other, and you can see us do the show live, and all of the people who stay to see the show live will be the guests that day. So, and that night I will be on Bad Science Sundays over on Maya's channel. So, like I said, there's a lot of things coming.
You busy?
Really, someone poop out a couple babies and get joked.
And anybody out there that has a bump in the night in their attic, or you've seen something running around in the woods or flying around in the sky, get a hold of me. Love to have you on the show to talk about it.
Yeah, definitely. That I love that kind of stuff. That's fun. But I guess that's all I got. I really want to thank Ed Sage for coming and hanging out today and being a great member of the panel. And I know that we ended up kind of veering into other stuff, but I think it ended up being a lot of fun for everybody. So
yeah, I enjoyed it.
Yeah. So I hope to have you back many times, and for you guys out there that are thinking about maybe you want to talk or whatever, or maybe you're thinking about jumping on a panel and saying something, whenever I open it up, everybody's welcome. If you got something to say and you want to be honest, I mean, I don't want you to come on here with your grandpappy's a rock or anything, but you know, if you want to come on and talk to us or whatever, come on and talk to us. That's, you know, that's why I open it up to everybody, to meet people and talk about, you know, issues with religion and other stuff and skeptics and all that. But God, I'm tired of talking.
Don't say you don't believe in Bigfoot. That hurts my feelings.
Yeah, just don't say you don't believe in Bigfoot, and you're welcome.
I mean, gosh, give me a break.
Anyway,
I'm coming after Azho. Wait till Wednesday. Wait till Wednesday. I'm coming out. He ain't gonna be able to get away from it. He's gonna be there Wednesday.
Everyone that came and watched the show today, no matter what your beliefs, I thank you for coming and supporting the channel and watching us, and I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you come back. And welcome to all those new members. I'm really glad to have you. I'll do some member stuff for you this week, and peace. Later.